right behind Dale Earnhardt, who's got 76.
There's going to be a lot of people pissed when he passes Earnhardt.
Well, he's got to win. He's got 61. Earnhardt's got 76. That's a lot of wins.
Yeah.
That's a lot of wins.
He wins every year, Jim.
But Dale Earnhardt is 8th. Kyle Busch is now 9th.
Yeah.
All-time wins.
Hey, I get asked this a lot about, like, people you interviewed that you were surprised you liked. He's one of them. You remember when he came in studio with us, and I was prepared not to like him, and he was the exact opposite.
That happens a lot with people with us.
Yeah, it really does.
As soon as you meet them, they're totally different.
That's one of them.
Our friends at Odie's brings you part of the show today.
Hey, it's a premium institution, Odie's Tavern, located right there in Crestline Village. Incredible food from Rodney Davis for more than 3 decades now. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. Remember, every Wednesday night, it's Odie's Team Trivia. Starts up at 8 o'clock. Get there early, enjoy some of the great food, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, we're getting ready for a big week of basketball here. Houston and Alabama remain 1-2 in the AP poll. Here's Nate Oates after the game on Saturday when Brandon Miller didn't hit but one 3-pointer, but still scored 24 points. He's not the SEC Player of the Week, but he was huge again for Alabama this past weekend, even with all the off-the-court stuff going on.
This is Brandon's most productive 2-game stretch of his season. Have you seen anything different in him? And also, how would you assess how he's handled this week?
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said after the South Carolina game, I think he's one of the most mentally, if not the most mentally tough kids I've ever coached in my life, and I've been coaching for a while. You know, while he completely understands that the situation's tragic and, you know, he takes it very seriously as he's been cooperating the whole time. He's also done a great job being able to focus on practices, games, and getting just this laser focus where he's dialed into what he's, you know, where his feet are at. He's got a high IQ. He wants to help the team win. It's really an us thing, not a me thing with him. I think when really talented players are fully bought into doing whatever it takes for the team to win, sometimes you see, you know, weeks like they've had. But he's got a special way about getting locked into where he's currently at, whether it's practice, games, and whatever, and focusing on that. And he's been able to do that this week.
That's Nate Oates on Brandon Miller after the game this past weekend. We'll continue to follow the latest on that situation as we get ready for the big Auburn-Alabama game coming up Wednesday night when the Tide can be outright SEC champions with another win. We're back with you at 9 a.m. Central on Tuesday from the Flora-Bama. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We are now live with you from the Flora-Bama down here on the Alabama Gulf Coast, right on the Florida-Alabama line. And it's a beautiful morning down here. Little clouds that always burn off, but the forecast for our 3 days here, going to be fantastic. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, the whole gang back in the studio up at Double Down Media. We're glad to have you along for the ride. Clay Travis will be with us at 10 o'clock, his regularly scheduled weekly visit with us. But, of course, this week we'll have a different tenor to it because of the Brandon Miller situation and Clay's reaction to some of that. So we look forward to that conversation coming up in about 60 minutes. A great night of basketball last night. In fact, a couple of stories up here at the Flora-Bama. We sat and watched a great ending to a West Virginia-Iowa State game. We'll talk about what happened last night on the hoops, get you ready a little bit for Auburn, Alabama, and talk a little bracketology. But first, as we do so many times on this show, we start with a little college football. Auburn was out on the – I know it's hard to do this when we're sitting down here at the beach and our toes in the sand and the bushwhackers flowing yesterday. But while we were down here, Hugh Freeze and Auburn got on the practice field. And I'm trying to think, I don't want to oversell this, but in recent history, is this the most important spring practice in Auburn football? When's the last time you feel like a spring has been this important to Auburn football?
Last spring. Was it? I mean, it was a transition. I mean, we kind of knew Brian Harsin was dead man walking, but it was, I guess it was such an unknown what that team was going to be in 2022.
Can I just say, though, it felt like with what went on last offseason going into the year, it felt like it was inevitable that Brian Harsin wasn't going to be there unless something magical happened during the year, and it just didn't feel like the roster set that up. So, Brown, I guess what I'm saying is, you almost had a self-inflicted ejection of a coach. He still coached basically a lame duck year. The roster gets get an opportunity now to sort of reset things, and it's not going to be an easy reset. Though Auburn fans and maybe some of us in the media may project them to get 7, 8, 9, however many wins, but it feels like Hugh Freeze needs to be the head coach there for a lengthy period of time. It feels like this is where the foundation starts to get. It feels like a very important spring to me.
It does. I mean, anytime you're in your first year as a head coach, I think it's important to find out what you got, right? Find out who is who's buying in, who's not, who you can play, who you can't, all those things. I mean, you got to find those things out, and the only way you can find those things out is creating a little bit of competition, right? See what your guy's made of. Hugh Freeze doesn't know anybody on this roster hardly. So for the first time, he's going to see some of these people and see them in a competitive situation and how they react to that competitive situation. And I don't think there's any way you can replicate that other than just go out and butt some heads and scrimmage and figure out what you got.
I do think this is the most important hire, and I can't remember how long for Auburn. And the reason I say that is you look at the SEC right now, and how many programs are really established. It seems like LSU is going to be established for Brian Kelly. Georgia is going nowhere with Kirby Smart right now.
And that's my point. You just can't stay in that wheel of change too long, or you continue to slip further and further away from the elite of the league. And that's why listen, I'm not saying it is a make or break year right out of the gate for Hugh Freeze. You got to build, you got to rebuild. But I think attitude and recalibrating what Auburn football means. And you see their practice yesterday as they're out there. Tyler, if you will, give me cut number 1. Hugh Freeze just after 6 o'clock last night, had a chance to have his first news conference after being on the field with the Auburn Tigers. Now, remember, as Brown said, he has not seen these players in person before. He's seen them on tape. He's seen them in workouts and things like that. So cut one, Tyler. Here's Hugh Freeze after his initial reaction of seeing his athletes on the field for the first time.
I loved our energy. I thought we looked better on the field physically than maybe I thought. I thought we showed good burst. I thought our quarterbacks threw some decent balls at times, and other times where our mechanics were really bad. But I kind of expected that, and that's we've got to coach that throughout the 15 days. But if they'll keep giving the same energy and effort that they gave today, we'll get better throughout spring. And so I'm leaving today's practice feeling very positive and optimistic.
And that's one thing from Hugh Freeze.
And I think the biggest thing is them understanding how
you will learn a lot of
and it's totally different
as we move through this whole process.
Right
is I believe that he is going to always try to be positive. Right? He's a positive guy.
Yeah, I think so. I heard Lance chuckle when he said we had some decent balls sometimes.
Well, I mean, that was the upside of it. Our quarterbacks threw some decent balls at times.
Yeah, some decent balls. I mean, that was as high as it got. There wasn't like, man, I tell you what, I look out there and we got a quarterback that's just, looks like John Elway or anything. We got a quarter, they threw some decent balls sometimes and not so good the rest of the time. And I do think that shows you the uphill climb that he is facing here at Auburn and the quarterback situation. I mean, with all due respect to Robbie Ashford, if you think about Hugh Freeze, I wonder the last time, this is going to sound awful the way I have to ask this question. But the last time let me ask it this way. The last time Hugh Freeze coached a quarterback on Robbie Ashford's level.
Well, I would say this last year at Liberty, when you started the season with Charlie Brewer, he went down early.
Yep.
They played 5 different quarterbacks.
Yeah, so it was probably last year to answer the question, honestly. But if you go back before that, Malik Willis, who's an NFL quarterback now, and you go back to the quarterbacks he had at Ole Miss.
Bo Wallace, Chad Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, those quarterbacks. So,
they were not NFL guys.
They weren't NFL guys, but they're better than Robbie Ashford.
But Chad Kelly was. I mean, not that he ever started, but he was on an NFL roster for about 5 years. This might be a tricky year at quarterback. I still think he's going to go out and get somebody in this portal. But Hugh Freeze always makes quarterbacks work. Again, Liberty still with, starting 4 different quarterbacks last year, won 8 games.
That's right.
It's hard to do.
Yeah, it really is hard to do. And they were, maybe not the best schedule in the world, but they played some tough teams and still won those games.
Well, that is the one thing you trust in Hugh Freeze is that he will coach up the quarterback position. But really, that was supposed to be Brian Harson's strength too. And it just did not work out that way down at Auburn. I would imagine there becomes a point where Auburn fans do not want us to any longer say the name Harsin. Would imagine those 2 years are about that bad, right?
Those are the Shula years for Alabama, I guess.
Yeah, Alabama fans don't like using DuBose and Shula in references. And you know what has made Alabama fans stop referencing that?
Winning.
And that's really the only way you flush anything like that is you go out and you win some games. And that's on Hugh Freeze and his staff to do that.
Yeah, you look back at Gus Malzahn and look, there were some really good years. I mean, I think we considered Gus a 4-loss coach. Most of the years were mediocre.
But he had so many great high moments, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and there just was, it was just such a dull 2 years in Auburn football. And I think this is what's so exciting about the Hugh Freeze hire. I think this is the best coach they've had since Pat Dye. I really do.
So Hugh Freeze settling in, 1 of 15 practices down. You heard him say it, a lot of coaching to get to, and they're going to coach him up down in the plains. Everyone else on the SEC getting out as we move forward as well. All right. Our friend Dr. B gets us into the conversation about what room we're broadcasting from and everything else that we'll be doing here today. Dr. B making that hair under that matching red hat of ours look really good.
Yeah, what are the odds we wore the exact same next round hat?
Well, I brought 5, and I
did
picked
too.
up some random.
I did too. I brought 5, and this is the random one I got. Dr. Beckenstein, that is the name I heard when I started asking around, when I started to thin out a little bit last year. Everyone said Dr. B is the man. This is the guy you need to go see. He is the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Okay, so we're broadcasting here from the Flora-Bama, and you guys know the rooms better than me, but this is the main room. This is the main stage, right? What's it called?
The Flora-Bama Dome. This is the dome.
Some people call it the bra room, and you can't see it on camera, but if you look up above us, there are fewer than there used to be.
No, here's what they do.
They reset them. They reset them.
December 31st for the new year, they reset the bras. So we've been, 60 days in?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got about 60 bras up there.
Yeah, roughly. I was going to say 45, but 60 is a fair number.
I
wouldn't technically call that a bra. That's that looks like a whole camisole over there.
My gosh, that's a back brace. I don't know what was going on there.
I think somebody left in their bikini.
Yeah.
Have you noticed though?
That would be panties right there, wouldn't it? Between that one right there, about halfway up the back
really
wire.
know what that is. Yeah.
What do you think?
Who wears panties anymore? Right?
What do you think the average bra size is? A double F
up there?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, they're gigantic.
It's almost like, I think what happens, honestly, and I've seen this actually happen here. I think people go buy them and bring them in.
do.
They don't want to throw their own one up there,
Which is just not.
You think that's
ethical? It's not ethical.
The rules.
Well,
it's not ethical.
It's not authentic.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, if you're if you want to show the rascals and you're having you're 6 bushwhackers deep, you can't throw out a bra you went and bought it freaking Kohl's.
It's not what this place was built on in 1964.
No,
right?
No, not at all. Hey, I'll tell you what's funny is our man Uncle Steve Powers handed me this. They are having a spelling bee Sunday, March 12th. So everybody gets hammered and then they roll you up. Steve's going to MC it as a B. I would just love to see this though. They're talking about streaming it.
They'll have video on their platforms for sure. And we always encourage you to follow the Flora-Bama like you do us on all the social media outlets and YouTube and everything, and download on Pandora or listen to on Pandora Flora-Bama radio as well. So we're here in just a little next round history for you. It was about right here on this stage here where Lance has now twice sang to a crowd, to a packed house here, right?
Yeah. With Big Earl. He performs on weekends, almost every weekend here at the Flora-Bama. So yeah, a couple of Saturdays, one in July and then one in December.
Yep. And the song that you went to both times was
David Allen Coe's what is it even?
You never even call me by my name.
Yeah.
So is there a chance he'll ever let you branch out to a different song?
I don't know. I mean, I would like to. My country music background. I mean,
it's huge.
Yeah, my catalog is deep,
deep
diverse. Whatever he wants me to sing. And Brown was with me last time. So the first time it was kind of set up. He was like, "I'm going to bring you on stage." I didn't know I was going to sing.
Right.
But the second time, there was. Brown and I are just in mid conversation. I had no idea that he was going to pull me up. So next time I see him perform, I'm going to kind of stay away.
All right. Well, this isn't like an old Springer show. Well, let's bring him out.
It's time for Lance to sing.
But later on, Big Earl may join us here on the show for a segment. But we're going to record a mystery fifth hour that you guys will get this weekend. But we're going to record it today, right after the show. We're going to sit down with Big Earl and talk to him about his career and how he goes about entertaining the crowd at the Flora-Bama. So that'll be a mystery fifth hour. Coming up this weekend is when it'll be released on our platform, but we'll record it after the show today. Then we've got a boat ride on the big Flora-Bama boat. They're going to take us out to sea.
The Invincible.
We're going to hit the ocean. How choppy you think the seas will be?
You and I'll probably get sick.
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
Because I usually only throw up here after I've had a mixture of tequila, vodka, and bushwhacker.
Well, at least you'll have a legitimate excuse this time when we go out there. I think they're going to keep us more so close to the coast. I don't think we're going to go 4 hours.
You got sick on our drive up I-65 to Coleman.
Drive up and drive back.
That's
I was
right.
in the back seat. So,
yeah. So this is going to be, I assume, worse than that.
I would assume 100% that I'm green probably before we even untie from the dock.
The only time I get sick, and there is nothing worse than being seasick, is when I can't see the coast anymore. Once you get out there,
I don't think we'll go that far out.
No,
but even the coast, you got this happening, LT. Like I can make myself sick just sitting right here going.
Yeah, but I think the Invincible's big enough that it balances everything out. Like I've been on cruises before.
That's right, but this is not a cruise. I mean, this is big, but it's not a cruise ship.
But I think it's big enough. I mean, you've been on. Have you ever been on a pontoon boat in the Gulf?
No,
I have.
A pontoon boat in the Gulf.
Yeah.
Now I have.
We actually rented one down here, and we took it the Perdido Pass. Now, obviously, the pass is not nearly as choppy as what will be out there in the Gulf.
Now, I will tell you, I've catamaraned in the Caribbean. Humble brag, not really.
Were you naked?
No, but there was somebody on the catamaran that was
really?
Topless.
Wow.
I mean, topless.
Yeah.
Topless.
Was it the captain?
Captain Jack was topless too. But yeah, no, I mean, it's that didn't bother me. So I wonder if this will bother me. We'll find out. We'll shoot some video.
We
Taylor,
can get some Dramamine.
No, there'll be video. Don't worry, there'll be video.
We'll get video out. Some Dramamine would be perfect. I'd love to do that. All right. One more thing before we wrap up segment number 1 here today, brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's is the place to get the diamond. I want to put to bed one story that is worth watching in basketball tonight.
Okay.
And I want to know, where do you think America is cheering after you tell us about Bromberg's?
Yeah, hey, family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialist. If you're looking to pop the question, make sure you get in. Check out their 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. And our friends at Bromberg's, they are thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris was founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. You can view them specifically right now online, brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
All right. So tonight, the tournaments for these smaller conferences continue. Had a great moment last night when Bellarmine's Justin Betts hit a turnaround jumper at the buzzer to eliminate North Florida. So Bellarmine survived and advanced in the ASUN tournament. But tonight, Detroit Mercy's Antoine Davis, son of former Alabama star Mike Davis, plays in an opening round game against Purdue Fort Wayne. He's with Detroit Mercy. So at 6 o'clock tonight on ESPN Plus streaming service, you can see Antoine Davis and Detroit Mercy against Purdue Fort Wayne. I bring this up because Antoine Davis is 64 points away from breaking Pete Maravige's all-time record, one that he likely will get if he plays 2 games, or will at least have a chance to come close to it. If they lose tonight, Detroit Mercy's season's over with, and Antoine Davis's career is over with. And I wonder tonight how many people, I mean, because most people watching basketball now, at least the majority of them, never saw Pistol Pete Maravich play in person. They've only seen highlights. They're maybe only have read the book, or they've seen his name in a stat sheet. So I wonder tonight how many people would be cheering for history to see Antoine Davis from Little Detroit Mercy try to break Pistol Pete Maravige's record from LSU from back in the 60s. 64 points away, could do it tonight, but that would be obviously a great night. Probably needs his team to score a lot, win, and at least to get to the next round to have a shot. You think people are cheering to see history?
I don't think most people know it's happening, to be honest with you. I mean, I didn't know. And there's a slight connection here because his dad is Mike Davis, who played at Alabama, coached at UAB. I had no idea until about January when you brought this up. I mean, when he's nearing the end of his college career. I discount the importance of both Pistol Pete's accomplishment and this accomplishment because they're playing daddy ball. But maybe some people will be watching. I will not.
I'm one of those. I like seeing history. I think if you're not an LSU fan, you're probably pulling for this. Again, I'm like Brown. We talked about it a few weeks ago. I had forgotten that it was this close. You know, they're 5.5-point favorites tonight.
So it's not like the home run chase or something like that. Obviously, it's a little low key, but it is a major record in college basketball to be the all-time points leader.
Well, I think what would be cool is if Detroit Mercy got into the tournament. Obviously, by that time, he would be the all-time scoring leader, and that would be another storyline.
Yeah, it would be a huge storyline at that point.
Well, but those teams don't make the tournament because they're playing daddy ball, and it's bad for the team that their guys are scoring that much. I mean, you can say what you want about Pistol Pete Maravich, and that was a tremendous career at LSU, but they didn't do crap with it. He scored all those points because he was playing daddy ball, and LSU accomplished nothing with that. They accomplished absolutely nothing except having the all-time leading scorer. And you go look at Detroit Mercy, and with Mike Davis's son playing daddy ball, what have they accomplished? Nothing. They're an awful team.
Well, and it was the same with Allen Houston at Tennessee.
Yeah, Allen Houston did the same thing, playing daddy ball for his father Wade. He scored a bunch of points, had this great career, and Tennessee didn't accomplish anything.
So
that's why I discount these types of records.
And Dunaway, I don't want to defer to you, but I think you were in Coleman Coliseum when Maravich went for 69, right?
As a kid, yes, a very small kid. The only thing I remember is cinder blocks on the goal.
You've always brought that up. That's funny to me that the goals were weighted down from behind with cinder blocks.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
You couldn't have dunked in, though, could you?
I mean, I don't know. I just know there were cinder blocks on the back of the goals. They used to roll out. So it was a rollout goal, and they had cinder blocks to weight it down. That's my only memory of the whole thing.
Well, the only thing I was going to ask is, and wouldn't you love to go back, like travel back in time and just go to a game and just be able to look around at what, the styles of people, what they were wearing, concessions, just, what the uniforms really looked like in the live eye. But how good were those LSU teams with Maravich? Were they not good?
That's my point. No, I think they went to one NIT. I'll pull it up.
See, I would have thought they were good.
No, that's the whole thing. I'm not sure you can be good in these situations when you've got one guy that's doing all your scoring. And I mean, you got to give me it's daddy ball, right? These guys don't get these shots.
Nothing would make me happier. I don't remember how good they were. Nothing would make me happier than them being in the. I know they didn't win a national
Final Four or something.
But if they'd gone to the Elite Eight or something after he said daddy ball 62 times.
4th place in the NIT. That's the one postseason they made. Now, this was a different era.
It was.
So one postseason, 4th place in the NIT. That was it. Their records, and I don't know what years Maravich was there, but Press's record as the head coach. 3-23, 14-12, 13-13, 22-10, 14-12, 10-6. He was 76, 86, 45, 63 in conference. They never finished higher than they never won the conference.
Yeah.
That is not conducive for winning basketball.
The last 3 years is when Pete was there.
22-10, 14-12, 10-16.
Yep.
Well, there's your answer.
Yep.
They weren't good when Pete was there.
They were 2nd, 3rd, and 7th in the league.
Yeah. They were 36, 46, 46, 22, 46, and 38. I mean, so you tell me, was that good to have Pete Maravich scoring all those points?
It was entertaining. Say it one more time.
What?
Daddy ball.
Daddy ball.
Daddy ball.
Do you agree with me? You don't score these kinds of points.
Okay, but here's what's
I don't necessarily agree with you as aggressively as you do. But I have no problem with a guy who Press Maravich apparently was, rose up to be that coach before Pete got there, I think.
Oh, I don't remember, but I'm guessing it was much like the Allen Houston situation, the Wade Houston situation to get Allen. I don't remember. I wasn't alive.
Do you guys think a leading scorer in college basketball has ever won a national championship? I mean, I don't know the answer.
My guess would be no, because I think a lot of times it's a random guy like Detroit Mercy, like Mike Davis's kid.
You don't think like Lou Alcindor?
Maybe in a single season, yeah.
Bill Walton.
In a single season, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like probably back in the day, Kareem, somebody like that.
Yeah. Maybe Danny Manning with Kansas back in the day.
Yeah. All right, so there's the little history watch tonight. If you have any interest in that at all, we're at the Flora-Bama. We'll be here today, Wednesday, and Thursday as we do a little business down here on the coast and have a little fun as well. In fact, a great number of the Double Down Media staff will be down here later tonight. We'll talk about what we did last night, some of the stuff we're looking forward to doing, a lot more throughout the show. Clay Travis coming up at 10 o'clock Central Time to start hour number 2. The show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Cowan Equipment poll questions going out. Should we make think of one, Taylor, off of what we were just talking about. Are you cheering for Antoine Davis to break Pete Maravich's record tonight? Could Ryan Brown have set a record for saying daddy ball in one segment? Just pick any of those questions.
There's better chance Dunaway throws up from alcohol or both.
Yeah, alcohol or seasickness. That's probably the best one, Taylor. Better chance Dunaway throws up from alcohol or seasickness at his trip to the Flora-Bama. All that as we get going, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Campbell Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business, and as their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve, they're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the Next Round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
On the Next Round, 179 days from week 0 of college football, 139 days till we hit another road trip up to Nashville. But we'll be up in Nashville for SEC basketball tournament next weekend as we continue these road shows, 3 days here on the coast and then to the Music City.
Yeah, we've got some big plans up there with our friends at Losers. If you're familiar with Broadway,
That's a perfect place for us.
Yeah. We will be broadcasting from there, so we're looking forward to that. And what should be a heck of a tournament. Alabama's obviously your favorite right now, but I think with Kentucky, you guys have been to games up in Nashville before. I mean, it is nothing but Kentucky
they
fans.
take that town over, and I think with their renewed maybe excitement about this team, they were going to do it anyway. But with their renewed excitement, it's going to. I have been primarily I don't think I've ever been to one in Nashville, actually. Most of mine have been either New Orleans or the Georgia Dome, the old school Georgia Dome tournaments. And I can remember times in the Georgia Dome where it I mean, it was Rupp Arena.
Yeah, because they called it Catlanta.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, they would absolutely take that place over. And I was there one time, and I cannot remember who they lost to, but they got upset in their first game. And I was standing on the court as Tubby Smith, to show you how long ago it was Tubby Smith. As Tubby Smith walked off the court.
I think it was Mississippi State that beat them.
Could have been, Lance. Could have been. Because I think it was the year State and Alabama played for the championship, but I may be wrong in that. But Tubby Smith walking off the court, and some of the stuff yelled at him made me absolutely cringe.
He was such a polarizing guy because Tubby did win a national championship.
Oh, I know. But they just,
he was the Gus Malzahn of Kentucky basketball.
You know what he was getting criticized at that time for?
Playing his son.
What is that called, Jim?
I'm not saying it, Brown. I am not saying that word.
I don't think I'd ever heard that. Is that like a normal phrase?
You've never heard daddy ball?
No. Brown's heard it because his dad probably coached him in Little League.
Coach. My dad did coach me in Little League, by the way.
Yeah. My dad, I've told this story before. And so
I'm gonna assume they didn't worry about daddy ball on that one though, right?
What, mine?
Yeah.
I know I play this up a lot sometimes that
sometimes too much, maybe.
Yeah, that I am that I had I'm grateful for my childhood because it sort of made me who I am. But
look at your pocket right now.
That's right.
Jimmy America.
God bless America.
Right.
But in Alabaster at the Dixie Youth Ballpark, before I was born, the year my mom and dad got married, my dad started coaching the 11 and 12-year-old Cubs, baby blue jerseys, red script Cubs across the front.
Was he like Brothermaker?
He was very, very young, though. You know, my parents were very young.
But didn't every park have that guy that coached that didn't have a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
he started.
He just coached for the love of the
Yeah, I had a
crap.
couple of those guys.
Because dad played a little semi-pro ball.
That's right.
So I'm born. So when I got old enough to drag bats, I'm dragging bats every year for the 11 and 12-year-old Cubs.
And
my dad coached.
The green bat bag.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, the old Army duffel bag.
Exactly. So I'm dragging bats every year. Bozo Johnson's my coach.
Johnson.
Absolutely. Mr. Glass is my coach. These are real people. My buddy Rick Long, who's listening to us down on the Gulf Coast right now, will swear these are real people.
All right.
They're my coaches. And then I get to finish my 10-year-old year. It's a chance to go play 11 and 12-year-old. My dad, who's coached the same team every year, Cubs, now for 10 years. What does he do?
He stops coaching.
He stops coaching the 11 and 12-year-old Cubs and goes back and starts coaching my brother's team in cap and shirt. Doesn't coach me. I did.
Y'all have a complicated relationship. I know he likes you.
I played for the 11 and 12-year-old Cubs. You know why?
Why?
He didn't want to coach me, Brown. Because of what?
Daddy ball, man.
Did not want.
He didn't want to be the suggestion that old man Dunaway's only playing his kid because it's his kid.
He wanted me to earn it. He wanted me to earn it.
The coach's kid always plays shortstop.
Yeah.
So if you weren't playing shortstop, nobody was going to think that.
How does
I didn't have the arm. I was the second baseman.
Nobody worried about
How does it work when you draft now? If you are a coach, you've got to take your kid, but what if your kid's not as good as a first-round guy?
Yeah, that sucks for you.
What you do is your kid is your head coach, right? And then this is the way they used to do it. And then you found the best kid in the league, Dad, and let him be an assistant. He coached first base. Like you had some bank tellers coaching first base. They didn't know anything about it, but their sons were fantastic. You're assistant coach.
Yeah.
And if I can't make it, get some other dad to throw batting practice or something. We'll get into bracketology. It was, I think, a positive day for Auburn, a little slippage, but a positive day for Auburn basketball when it comes to two of the major bracketologies after LT tells us about our friends at Odie's, where tomorrow night, if you're here and Brown's here,
I'm right here,
and Rockstar's on the West Coast, who's doing trivia?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I really don't know. I know Will Haver will be there. I'm going to assume Dayton's going to be there. Lee Haver might be there. She's filled in before. Who knows?
Yeah,
she actually has.
I'm such a Lee Haver fan.
Yeah, I am too.
The Fighting Haver family.
Hey, look, they'll find a way to work it out. Look, it's a Birmingham institution. Odie's team trivia tomorrow night, every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock. Get there early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including that Diablo special, ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Auburn's still not in Dayton yet. They're not the last four in. But according to Joe Lunardi, Auburn's still a 10 seed, but they're the last team of the four byes. Mississippi State has played their way all the way to the best of the last four in. So Auburn and Mississippi State are in a transfer spot right now. of having to play the game in Dayton or being securely in the tournament. That's where we set today as we kick off another SEC weekend. Those are the two at the bottom, both securely in the tournament. I think that's a positive for Auburn after a disastrous showing in Lexington.
If you're still in the tournament, it's a positive because you got destroyed by Kentucky. And, I think a lot of people would say, honestly, if I thought I was picking the 64 best teams, I would have Auburn in there. But if I was having to see the tournament the way you see the tournament, I might not have them in there. Now, can you go back to that real quick? I'm sorry, Jim.
No problem.
I know you're doing something else. So State is the last. State's the next to get the last, according to Lenardi.
Yeah. So Auburn and Mississippi State are bumper to bumper right now. Auburn on the bye, Mississippi State ready to get out of the play-in game, and Auburn, they're right there.
So an Auburn loss, let's just say an Auburn loss and State beat South Carolina, probably swaps those two.
Absolutely.
But I don't think it would have Auburn, at least in Lenardi's eyes, outside the last four in.
Not against a team like Alabama.
I agree. Now, if Auburn gets blasted by Alabama the way they did Kentucky, I'd say all bets are off. I don't see that happening, but you never know.
I think it's come down to a two-game season for the Auburn Tigers. You win one of these games, you're in. You lose both, I think you're out.
See, if that's where Auburn truly is in the committee's eyes, if they're the last four buys, I'm with Lance. I think two losses, I don't see how you stay. Now, you got to figure out what everybody else does. Like you got
Mississippi State's going to get a win tonight.
They should, but now if they turn around and lose to Vandy, that hurts them, obviously. Boise State, I don't know who Boise State's got, Wisconsin.
But to your point, Mississippi State's in a better place right now than Auburn because they're virtually bumper to bumper, and State's schedule is so much easier.
Yeah, absolutely. State plays South Carolina and Vandy. Auburn plays Alabama and Tennessee, which Ken Pom tells you are the two best teams in the conference. So, yes, I'd much rather be Chris Chance at Mississippi State.
When was this released?
This morning.
Okay, so that was after Carolina's win last night.
After Carolina's win last night, and North Carolina is the first team out of the tournament. Arizona State is just in the tournament. Last night, North Carolina got a win, moved them closer. Oklahoma State got a loss and knocked them out of the NCAA tournament, basically putting Arizona State in and Oklahoma State out last night. First four out is North Carolina, Oklahoma State, Clemson, and Michigan, all trying to still fight their way in. Last four in Mississippi State, Boise State, Wisconsin, and Arizona State. My friends at the Field of 68, more good news for Auburn. They have Auburn as a 10 seed as well, and Mississippi State as an 11 seed. But that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 SEC teams, according to Lenardi and the Field of 68, that right now are on their way to the NCAA tournament. Remember the days when we had to fight as SEC basketball fans, it felt like, to get 4 teams in. And now we're talking about 8 teams who securely could be in the tournament.
Well, I think it's a lot of things. I think it is a softball bowl. I think there's a lot of parity, obviously, in college basketball right now. There's not 8 teams in this league that deserve to be in. But again, you got to have 68.
Well, see, I don't know if that's true, because Mississippi State, if you look at their whole resume, had a really bad down part. But they are playing really good basketball here late. They're a dangerous team.
Okay, so we know 5 teams I think should be in Alabama, A&M, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Or 4 teams.
Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, you're saying that maybe they're not worthy of being in, but you tell me that Mississippi State or Oklahoma State?
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you got to have – it just doesn't seem like this is a year that the SEC would have 8 teams in, but I agree. These resumes are virtually the same.
Yeah. I want to get to a couple of other things here about Joe Lenardi and what the Field of 68 folks say. For instance, the Field of 68 has Alabama, #1 overall seed, just like Lenardi. No change there. Tennessee's a 3. Look where Kentucky is now. They've played themselves up to a 6 seed, according to the Field of 68.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Kentucky's ranked this week.
What do you think of that, Brown? Kentucky at a 6.
The way they're playing right now, that is a dangerous 6 seed. Wherever you go, they're probably going to have a home court advantage, even when they're playing the better seeded team. But Kentucky is a 6. Man, that is – I'd hate to see them in my bracket the way they're playing.
Yeah, where
do
they have them paired up? What 11?
Let me chase that down for you real quick.
Yeah, so 6-11, and then I'm playing a winner of a 3-14. Most anywhere you're sending Kentucky, that's going to be a road game for that 3 seed. They're going to feel like they're playing in Rupp Arena.
They'd have Wisconsin, Arizona State winner of the play-in game.
Wow, they got them all the way up in Albany, though.
Yeah.
That's a haul for Kentucky fans.
Yeah, they'll make it.
Boy, it's weird on Lenardi here. He has Auburn on the bracket here as an 11 seed, but in the in the up top. It's just not in the play-in game. A 6-11, not in the play-in game.
Well,
so it must have one of the teams in Dayton on the 12 line.
Yeah, he's got them drawing Iowa State, and I know Iowa State just lost to West Virginia last night in that game that Jim was mentioning.
And they lost to Oklahoma Saturday. I mean, Iowa State's playing their worst basketball.
They really are.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why that's what team screws up on the 10 line. I bet it's going to be our friends at Florida. There it is, Florida Atlantic.
Man,
so
look at that.
So that's how Auburn can be not playing in Dayton, but an 11 seed is that Florida Atlantic, an automatic qualifier as high as number 10.
So do you think UAB could be a bid stealer like Florida? You think Florida Atlantic is in?
They could.
If they go to the
it's a great point.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if UAB could be a bid stealer.
I mean, if you're
Florida Atlantic is, I mean, I'm telling you guys, let me see. The last time I checked, they were 19th in the net. You have to give me a second to pull the net up. I mean, that gets you in.
If you're a 10 seed, they're not just giving you that because you're not. They're not just because 12 on down. They're ranking the best automatic qualifiers from basically mid-major.
Here's the neighborhood Florida Atlantic is in, and you tell me when I name a team that's not automatically in this tournament. It's the Creighton. This is according to the NCAA net, right? Creighton, Indiana, Florida Atlantic, Kentucky, Maryland, TCU, West Virginia. I mean, I don't know what a loss to UAB would do to their net. I need to see where UAB is. UAB's 57. So neutral site, that's going to be a quad 2 loss for them in a conference tournament if UAB happen to beat them. But I still think Florida Atlantic could find their way in this thing with a at-large bid.
Well, they close out the season. They could end up, 28-3 regular season. I mean, they could easily have 30 wins, still lose that tournament. It'd be hard not to get them in.
It's going to be a tough call. I mean, they don't have a ton of quad. They're only 3 quad 1 games, but they're 2-1. Then they're 3-2 in quad 2. That'd be another quad 2 loss. So they're going to have a losing record in quad 1 and 2. I don't know. They would be a hotly debated team. It might bump them to Dayton. I mean, I could see maybe Florida Atlantic having to go to Dayton.
All right. Brown is like Joey Buckets this time of year, but good news. My whole point to that breakdown of the brackets there is that I thought that was good news for Auburn basketball, considering what a beatdown it was in Lexington this weekend. Auburn in Tuscaloosa to play Alabama coming up on Wednesday night. The next round being brought to you from down here on the Gulf Coast by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. We had someone who in the chat room yesterday, the Vulcan Tower and Automotive chat room, said I was out at dinner this weekend, asked for it by name, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, and they said, we're out. We'd sold so much of it, we were out of the Maestro Dobel Diamante.
So we were over at the yacht club last night. And I mean, who knows liquor better than a bartender, right?
Yeah.
And so talking to our bartender, they were talking about Dobel is by far, it's been their favorite tequila for like the last 3 or 4 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Before they ever met us.
Yeah. Before they met, and they were saying that used to be able to get it for $37 a bottle. Things have changed. It's all about demand.
Yep. Demand is up because it's that good. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, aged in the new European oak barrels, double filter to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Clay Travis at the top of the hour. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more football with you. NFL Combine yesterday and a special tag for a former Alabama player. Hang with us.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
In our Vulcan Tire and Automotive Twitter feed, Mississippi State's a better team than Auburn. True or false right now? You think Mississippi State's a better team than Auburn right now? Auburn handed it to them pretty good down at Neville, so that's hard to say.
I mean, both are really good defensively. Both have their problems offensively. It'd be a terrible game to watch right now. I think it plays into the high 50s, low 60s.
Yeah.
I think Mississippi State is playing better right now, though. I mean, you can't deny that. Auburn has, again, lost 7-10.
Yeah. I mean, I would say if they played on a court right now, I mean, home team's obviously going to be favored in that game. It's pretty tight. 69-63 in their one meeting. So you didn't learn a whole lot from that, but there's been a lot of basketball played since that meeting. So, yeah, I mean, right now I think State's probably playing better than Auburn. He also said, I said, I don't see Auburn getting run out. And he said, you don't see Auburn getting blasted by Bama by 15 plus. He says, I mean, it's obviously possible. I'm just saying.
So you don't think it's a bloodbath in Tuscaloosa?
I do not. No, I don't think it's a bloodbath.
I don't know if it's a bloodbath. I mean, I think they could win by double digits easily.
Yeah, I mean, double digits not a bloodbath. I mean, a bloodbath is what happened at Rupp. I don't see what happened at Rupp. Are you excited about that? Maybe.
Well, I mean, they've got this in the vending machines. Uncrustables. How much do you think this is? You can get the grape or the strawberry. I want strawberry.
Strawberry is where I would have gone as well. I had 2 pieces of wheat toast with strawberry this morning. Ooh. Smuckers as well. I'm gonna say in the vending machine up here at the Flora-Bama, taking advantage of the 1 a.m. drunk person, I'm gonna say $4.
What do you think, Brown?
No, it's not $4. I'm gonna say $1.50.
It's a buck.
A dollar.
What a value.
I mean, you can't beat that. They take care of you at the
Not
Flora-Bama.
taking advantage of anybody here at the Flora-Bama.
Do that here, Jimmy.
Hey, by the way, correction, Flora-Bama Radio. You can hear on our friends at iHeart. They carry us live too. You can find them there with our friends at iHeart Radio. We appreciate them so much. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Peachtree, Alabama Planning.
Hey, look, you got to plan for your financial future. That equals security. You make a couple of missteps, it will set you back big time. You want to lose 4 or 5 years in retirement. That's planning with the wrong people. Our good friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. They're an independent financial service firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management and financial strategies to clients across the country. Reach out to Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, retirement planning. I've known these guys for years. Fantastic local guys that will take care of you. That's Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell, Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Give them a call today, 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437.
This seems like an eternity ago, so I had forgotten this small detail, but remember that 69-63 Auburn win over State was the game State went 0 of 18 from beyond the arc.
It's the thing that stands out about that game.
Yeah, I'd completely forgotten that
was,
part.
It was that close, so it was 69-63?
Yeah, and Auburn went 11.
Wow.
Auburn hit 11 threes, which is probably close to a season high for Auburn. I'd have to go look. But yeah, the 3 points made were 11-0 in that game. That's a pretty big difference.
A little NFL conversation right now. Deron Payne, former Alabama player, 11.5 sacks last year for the Commanders. He became the first person to get tagged in this offseason for the NFL. Deron Payne will make about $19 million this upcoming year, just under $19 million as it breaks out with the tag. So not bad there. But here's the key. It's a non-exclusive tag. So that means other teams can talk to him. And if they want to, sign him, give up some draft picks and match that money, then there's a chance Deron Payne could be in the move, but likely hanging around with the Commanders.
Yeah, he'll be with the Commanders. I don't see anybody giving up multiple number ones for Payne. As good as he's been, selected 13th overall in the 2018 draft. The last 3 seasons, I think he's been as good as advertised coming out of college.
What I wanted to bring up though about the Commanders, because I told you last week that Deron Payne was going to get tagged, is Carson Wentz gets released yesterday, and I don't think that's surprising anybody. What went wrong with Carson Wentz? Because be honest, the year that he got hurt and he had the Eagles on their way to the Super Bowl, and he gets hurt and ends up not being able to win the Super Bowl championship for his team, but the team goes on to win it without him. It seemed like you and me and a lot of people thought Carson Wentz was going to be really, really good for the immediate future.
Well, I think Lance.
What went wrong?
Lance was higher on him, I think, than any of us because, Lance, I think you thought he could be maybe the best quarterback in the league.
I said,
if I remember right,
the week before he got hurt, this is a Dunaway landmine.
How about that?
This guy is about to ascend to being the best player in the National Football League. And if you go back and
he was higher on him than me and you, I think.
but seriously, if you go back to 2017 was the year.
Right.
And they were playing in the LA Coliseum. It was an incredible game against the Rams.
Oh, was that 55-51 game?
No,
that was
KC.
City. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So he dives into the end zone for a touchdown, and it's a non-contact injury. And Foles comes in. If you're an Eagles fan, you think your season's done, and they go on this miraculous run with Foles at quarterback. And I think a couple of things. He just never really recovered from that injury, and I think that did something to his psyche. I think it really hurt his confidence with Nick Foles, for whatever reason, leading that team to a championship, because he was never the same. And it's just hard to believe. A lot of players come back stronger from injuries. I don't think it was the injury that affected him that much. I think it was more mental.
So you're saying because they went on and finished the deal, won the Super Bowl, that sort of broke the swagger that he had, everything that was going in the right direction.
I'm just looking for a reason that everything went that bad.
Is there a market for Carson Wentz? Because let me give you the stat that the folks in Indianapolis are throwing out. They say 24 of 32 NFL franchises have at least quarterback on their mind as they go to the combine this week. That maybe they're not ready to do quarterback, but they're thinking about the quarterback.
Like Atlanta today released Marcus Mariota. So that tells you, Lance read into that Atlanta's at least going to get a quarterback in free agency as a backup, or draft a guy.
I thought Ritter was okay. I don't think Ritter's going to be a franchise guy for you, though. So I think Atlanta's probably in the market. Could be an early quarterback. Who knows?
Yeah, that's that. Of course, they went 7-10, so it's a bad record to have to draft quarterback. But
you could trade up and such.
But back to your original question on Wentz. When you look at the overall numbers, the guy's only 31 years old. He's coming off his worst year in Washington. But this is still a guy, career 63% completion percentage, over 22,000 passing yards, 151 touchdowns, only 66 interceptions.
So do you think he can be a starter?
I don't know. He's just I mean, he looks like such an average quarterback.
But just look at the year in Indianapolis. So he had talent around him. Like with the Commanders, you can say, okay, that's a really good defensive team, but they're offensively challenged. But you could not say that in Indianapolis. Indianapolis was a complete package.
But he also put up numbers in Indianapolis. I mean, you look at it, completed 62% of his passes, 27 touchdowns, only 7 picks.
So if he's not, I'm telling you who's going to reportedly at least be in the market for an experienced quarterback is Miami. There are rumors that Miami is going to make a play for Jimmy Garoppolo to serve as Tua's backup and then make the choice next year. Do you make him your full-time quarterback, or do you?
That seems really expensive.
Well, but keep in mind now, Tua is still on his rookie deal, so you could pay Garoppolo what you would pay, a near top tier quarterback, and then pay Tua what you're paying him as a rookie. So, but you can afford to do it for 1 year.
It seems like Jimmy G will want to sign a longer deal.
He might, he might. But then he also might look at Miami and think, if I can ever get the starting job there with those tools, I'm in pretty good shape. So that's something, Lance, that I look at with Carson Wentz. Is that the type of quarterback Carson Wentz would be, as a guy that is just a really good backup somewhere?
Yeah, I think he's a guy that could win in San Francisco. I mean, I think anybody can win in San Francisco.
Well, apparently anybody that roll out there is fine.
But yeah, I do think Carson Wentz is going to be more viewed as a number 2.
So quarterbacks just blew over you guys at 24 of 32.
That's crazy.
We'll come back later on, and you tell me the 8 teams that are not thinking quarterback right now. But 24 of 32. Not saying they're going to go get a quarterback, but they'd be open to maybe think about if the right quarterback came along to making a change, or maybe in the near future going a different direction. Such a turnover now at quarterback in the National Football League. Derek Carr meeting with Carolina yesterday, and he's going to keep this process moving on and meet with more people. All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Red Mod Vodka. One more thing to tell you about this segment, Clay Travis in the next segment. But we've got our chance to win Chuck's Bucks coming up, Charles Barkley's Final Pour. And we've teamed up with Red Mart this year. This is our bracket challenge. You can go to nextroundlive.com, search the QR code, or right now on the screen, hit that QR code, secure your spot in there before it's all filled up. Redmond Vodka filling our cups for years now.
Yeah. Hey, look, and not only winning Chuck's Bucks, there will also be other great prizes. So make sure you do get registered. We will send you that reminder on Selection Sunday, but pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package, including the beverage place, pink package, also ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
All right. Coming up, Clay Travis in the next segment. We will not bounce around on a bunch of different things. Our time with Clay today will be spent talking about Brandon Miller and a lot of his reaction to that story in Tuscaloosa. So that's coming up next. Later in the show, Jason Campbell joins us at 12:35 to talk about day 1 of spring practice at Auburn and what's ahead down there with the Tigers over the next 14 practices. We're at the beautiful Flora-Bama, historic location down here on the Gulf Coast, getting ready for 3 days of fun with the show. If you're in the area, the doors are open about right now, so you can come on by and see us and hang out with us over the next 3 days and enjoy a great bushwhacker from the Flora-Bama right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And this part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. We've got some big news to tell you about with our friends at Bud Light coming up in the next few days. Huge thing happening with us here at Double Down Media. We're excited to tell you about. We'll get to that a little bit later on this spring, but we're pumped up about Bud Light, and you should be too, as we go a little retro look with some of the cans and such. Always a great taste, especially when you're down here on Alabama's Gulf Coast at the Flora-Bama. Enjoy a good Bud Light. I had a couple of those last night. In your headlines, Auburn is still good in bracketology right now, despite the big loss up there in Kentucky this past weekend. They're still coming in a 10 or 11 seed, depending on where you look, but still in the tournament. Alabama still your #1 overall seed. We'll talk more Auburn at Alabama basketball coming up later in the show, but right now let's talk to Clay Travis.
All right, he is the founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, and is also seen on Fox Sports. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's happening, Clay? How are you?
I'm great. How are you all?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. You obviously know what we are going to discuss today. And we did, a lot of you wanted to call in. Clay would prefer not to take phone calls here. So we'll point that out for many of you who are asking. But his assumption, I think, Clay, is we're going to ask pretty much the same questions, right? So we'll be the voice of the fan here for the Alabama fan and the other fans. A lot of people think you have treated Brandon Miller unfairly. We'll get to that. I want to start with, you have referred to him as an accessory to murder. He was not charged with that. Do you think Tuscaloosa, obviously you think they got it wrong. Would you insinuate that the Tuscaloosa police or the DA was covering for an Alabama player, was incompetent, got it wrong, made a judgment call the wrong way? How would you characterize what you think the Tuscaloosa District Attorney's Office did?
I'm not getting into the Tuscaloosa District Attorney's Office because I don't know them. But here is what I would just lay out. There are a series of undisputed facts, right, in this case. We know that Brandon Miller drove a loaded handgun to the scene of a murder. That's undisputed. We know that he received a text message at 1:38 a.m., I believe, specifically referencing that he was requested to bring a handgun because there was a dispute in some way that had taken place. We know that mere minutes, maybe moments. We don't know the exact timeline. At least I haven't seen the exact timeline of the moment he arrived and how quickly the gunshots occurred. But relatively quickly after he arrived, the gun was taken out of what appears to be the back seat of his car, and a 23-year-old mother was murdered. And it appears that there were 11 or 12 overall shots that were fired, 8 by the guy who has been charged with the murder, the friend of Darius Miles. And he was, I believe, he has said that he had so much to drink, he doesn't even remember the incident at all. I think that is his testimony, basically. Darius Miles owned the gun, and this 23-year-old mother was murdered. Based on that, to me, there is no doubt that Brandon Miller's behavior was reckless, that it was negligent, and that he should be charged, in my opinion, with a crime. Now, take it outside of Tuscaloosa. Take it outside of athletics. They're typically, so I did criminal law, and obviously I am a lawyer as well. Typically, your general crime, for people who don't know, requires 2 parts: an act and we call it an actus rea, and an intent, a mens rea. But we know that the act occurred here, right? There was a gun brought to the crime scene. What is disputed is the intent, the knowledge. That is still a bit unclear. What is not unclear to me is that Brandon Miller has clearly behaved in a reckless and negligent manner. And so when I say take it outside of this particular incident, it is frequently the case every day in America that you would have someone charged with a crime based on their reckless or negligent behavior. For instance, you could be driving down the road in a neighborhood, driving too fast, responding to a text message, and the road veers and you don't veer with it, and you hit somebody who is riding on a motorcycle or someone who is jogging along the side of the road. You never had any intent at all to do that, right, when you got behind the wheel. But your behavior, if you are driving too fast and if you are responding to text messages, for instance, is such that you could be charged with a crime despite the fact that you did not have the intent. To me, when you get a text message from someone it is reasonable to believe is drunk, and they say, "Bring me my gun," I'm feuding, and I'm paraphrasing here, I'm feuding with somebody. That is such a reckless and negligent behavior that it does rise to the level of criminal behavior for me. Leaving aside that, even if people disagree with me and they say, well, we're not going to charge Brandon Miller, maybe he is testifying against the shooter in this case. And maybe that's what's going on with the Tuscaloosa DA, right? Like, he could be a cooperating witness who is going to testify as to who fired first, which is a big part of this case, because I'm sure that the defendants who have been charged with murder, their primary defense is going to be, we acted in self-defense. They were firing first. They flashed a gun at us. We thought that we were going to get shot, so we had to fire first, right? I'm sure 100% that is going to be their defense. It's possible that Brandon Miller is actually testifying against them, and that is one reason why he has not been charged with a crime, right? We don't know the particulars of what testimony might arise when this goes, assuming it does, to trial. But at a minimum, the standard to me to play basketball or football or any sport at a college is not, did you get charged with accessory to murder? It's, your standard of behavior has to be above reproach. We have guys that get suspended every single week in the SEC for missing class, for not having high enough grades, for talking back to coaches, for not fulfilling team expectations. Those are relatively minor things. I'm sure that a huge percentage of people listening to us right now, including myself, have been on teams where guys got suspended for things that were relatively innocuous, but were about the team culture or not living up to team expectations. To me, this is a massive embarrassment to the University of Alabama. I believe that every Alabama fan who claims to be such a stalwart defender of Brandon Miller right now would have the exact opposite opinion if this were a star player for Auburn and every fact was the exact same. And in particular, I think the leadership of the University of Alabama, from the school president to the AD to Nate Oates, the head basketball coach, is an absolute embarrassment. And I think that continued all the way through Saturday when, at the bare minimum, how many people does Alabama employ in the athletic department? 100? How does no one say, hey, let's not do a weapons check for Brandon Miller when he comes out and gets introduced today at the basketball game? I mean, it is just, to me, a colossal failure by the University of Alabama. The university should be ashamed of the way it's handled it. Brandon Miller should not be playing. I think his actions rise to the level of criminal offense, but even if you don't believe that, he has given up his right, the privilege that exists to be a student athlete representing Alabama. And by the way, I don't even think this is a remotely controversial opinion. You play this cut for 95% of sports fans in America, they're going to be like, yeah, Clay Travis is right. And the 5% who are going to disagree are Alabama fans who have sold their souls because all they care about is winning games.
Well, Clay, the majority belief is there is Bama hate here, that you're not being objective. If this was any other school, specifically Tennessee, would you be saying the same thing?
100%. And I've said it for years. Tennessee kicked Bruce Pearl, since he's the coach at Auburn. Tennessee kicked their best player off the team, Tyler Smith, for driving with a handgun off campus in a year that they went to the Elite Eight and I think missed going to the Final Four by 2 points. So Tennessee, Bruce Pearl, since people, want to hear about Tennessee or Auburn, has dealt with a situation that is somewhat similar, although far less serious. And in that circumstance, kicked his best player off the team for having a gun off campus. Like, nobody. If you interviewed Derek Dooley, if you interviewed any former Tennessee coach, Butch Jones, they would all be like, if you said, hey, what media member was the absolute toughest on you during your tenure as Tennessee head coach, I guarantee you they would all say me. Guaranteed. I mean, if you talk to the guy who got fired as AD, look, there are a lot of things you can criticize me for. Pulling punches isn't one of them. I think I am consistently the toughest, probably, on SEC-related shenanigans. Heck, if you want to go back in time and Alabama fans want to read what I said about Cam Newton, I don't know that anybody came out more aggressively on the side of, hey, all the evidence supports Cam Newton got paid and he shouldn't be playing. And Alabama fans were like, man, Clay Travis is the only one telling the truth. Everybody else is carrying the water for Alabama, for Auburn. I don't look over my shoulder. I'm not a person who says, like, oh, let me think about what other people are going to think about this issue. I look at the facts. I analyze them. I tell you exactly what I think. And that's why Outkick is a monster when it comes to sports audience.
Yeah, but Outkick has handled this sloppily, Clay. Outkick has handled this sloppily. And that's part of the criticism on you, too.
Including calling it Brandon Miller's gun in one post.
That's right. I mean,
in one story.
And that was after the known fact that it wasn't Brandon Miller's gun. And the post stayed up and the story stayed up for more than an hour. That's just sloppy. And I don't blame Alabama fans for being upset with that.
Well, I don't blame them either. I mean, but I wasn't involved in that.
Well, I know, but you can't, Clay, you love to take victory laps for all the great things Outkick has done, and you should. It's been a tremendous adventure but you can't just separate yourself when they screw something like that up. I know you don't own the website anymore, but it's natural for people to associate that with you.
I haven't owned the website for 2 years.
I'm aware.
On that particular story, they got it wrong, right? And
they did.
And they corrected it.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I mean, I have a live radio show. I was driving to the airport. I think I didn't know anything about it till Dunaway texted me. And by the time Dunaway texted me, it was already down, but I was going through airport security. Look, I work a lot, but Fox has owned Outkick for 2 years. and there probably are 100,000 words or more a day that go up at Outkick. I'm not responsible for what anybody else writes at Outkick. I'm not. Now, I've created the site, and the site is wildly popular because of me. That's true. But 2 years ago, Fox took over complete editorial control when they bought the site. So, I'd prefer that Outkick never get any fact wrong. And when I became aware that they had gotten that fact wrong, I texted one of our editors. But by that point, it was already down. But I have nothing to do with that. I'm saying I would not change one word that I have said from the moment this story broke. Not one.
So that means you would not change the tweet you sent out during the South Carolina game. Killer instinct showed by Brandon Miller tonight. I mean, you want something that's insensitive, Clay. You lost me on that one. That one was a little insensitive.
I mean, I am a little insensitive sometimes. I mean, that's what I do, right? I mean, I tweet and talk like I would if I'm sitting at a bar. So if that offends people sometimes, deal with it. That doesn't really bother me.
I want to ask you, because in where you make your living now in a lot of conservative news talk, there's a lot of talk about policing in America. And many times you've asked us over the years to trust the police, to trust the system. Why are you not trusting the system now in Tuscaloosa? You're miles away. There's police officers on the ground. There's a district attorney. Why now do you not trust the police?
Well, I believe that if Brandon Miller were not a star basketball player, that he would have been kicked off the team and he probably would be facing charges. What I said earlier in my answer is true. I don't know the particulars. They may be giving him immunity from any charges because he is testifying against his former teammate and his friend and saying exactly what he saw. And they may not want that to be out yet because they don't want the pressure on him, right?
But I would also tell you at this point that Alabama, who did not conduct their own interview because the authorities did not want them interfering with a murder investigation, and you know that to be true too, that Alabama could not conduct their own interviews and find out their own information because the authorities don't want you stepping on evidence or, getting some facts wrong for them as they're conducting a capital murder investigation. So Alabama is sitting here having to deal with the information they're getting from authorities just like the rest of us.
I understand.
So whether you're Greg Byrne or Nate Oates, you're having to play the cards that are dealt to you.
Right, and we know the cards, right? There's undisputed facts here. We know that he drove the gun. We know that all of the shots were fired. We know that he received a text message. Even if you read his attorney,
but we don't know intent.
Statement.
We don't know intent because it's a fact in the documents, right? In the testimony that he's turned over his phone records. He gets a text when he's at dinner. I'm ready to leave the bar. I'm paraphrasing all this, but basically he's there, right? He's ready to leave. The other text comes by the timeline while he's driving. Some people don't check their text every time it buzzes or when they're driving.
I understand.
We're told not to check that. Maybe he didn't get that text until he's there to pick them up from a night of drinking at the bar and drive them back to the apartment.
You're reading in things that are not in his attorney's defense statement. Okay, I've been a criminal defense attorney. You have to read them very closely, right? So, particular, I have that in front of me right now, right? And so if you read that, and I'm putting you on speaker so I can read it, his attorney never says that he didn't receive the text, right? It says he left the restaurant while he was driving, before Brandon arrived, without Brandon knowing any of this context, and as Brandon was already on the way to pick up Mr. Miles texted Brandon and asked him to bring his firearm. This is important. This is his defense statement. He specifically does not say that he didn't receive the text. Many and most, I would say, phones now say if you receive and read a text message, right? It is likely going to be in the record based on this defense. This is his best case, right? This is his defense attorney his defense attorney specifically does not say that he did not receive and did not know about that text, right? So that's a big deal. People don't read these things very closely. They read into them what they want to. Again, I'm reading directly from his statement. Also, a lot of other people are saying he didn't know the gun was in the car. That's never said in the attorney statement either, right? It says Brandon never touched the gun, was not involved in its exchange in any way, never knew illegal activity involving the gun would occur. He never says in this statement that Brandon Miller didn't know that there was a gun in the car. Like, this is not a very difficult case to me from an Alabama perspective. Again, you're asking me to speculate on what might be going on with the Tuscaloosa investigation. You're right. I do trust law enforcement by and large. I do think they're wildly criticized over the top, oftentimes unfairly. That's why I'm saying it's very possible to me that Brandon Miller is testifying here, and he's actually testifying on behalf, potentially, of the victim here and saying,
okay, but
hey,
let me ask you, if Alabama suspended Brandon Miller back the day
this
after this murder, right? He didn't play another game at this point with the investigation ongoing, right? If they suspend Brandon Miller back then, and then this comes out in the hearing the other day, I, sitting at home in St. Louis, Missouri, would say, well, hell, Brandon Miller must be guilty too. Alabama suspended him. So what rights does Brandon Miller have?
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. People get suspended for doing dumb things all the time. And a lot of times I don't presume that they committed a crime at all. I mean, Darius Miles might not be found guilty here. Again, Dunaway, just take a step back. All I'm saying is it is undisputed, right, that Brandon Miller drove a loaded handgun to the scene of a murder, that he knew the handgun was in the car, that he knew that he got a text message that his friend, who may well have been drinking all night, was having an issue with someone else, and he took the murder weapon to that venue. If he had just said, hey, man, I'm sending you an Uber, I'm drunk, I'm going home, make up something. Hey, it's too late, I'm not putting you, get in an Uber, we don't need to get in trouble, we're having a great season, don't be a knucklehead, get in the car and drive home. That mom would still be alive. Brandon Miller's actions were so reckless and so negligent, in my opinion, that he does not deserve to represent the University of Alabama based on the undisputed facts, not only from the court hearing, but also from his own attorney's statement. He does not deserve to be an Alabama basketball player right now.
And listen, everyone can have their opinion about whether he should be playing or not playing. And I've gone back and forth many times on whether he should be playing or not playing, and it's very odd right now watching him play during this process. I'll be honest with you, it's odd watching the games. But if you go back and they suspend him back then,
right? But Dunaway,
would that have been okay?
Right. No.
At that point, if they suspended him 2 games, 4 games, 6 games, what would have been, in your opinion, the proper way to handle this while a murder investigation is going on, while he's not a suspect, while he's cooperating? I don't understand what would have been.
I'm taking
enough.
you at your
right.
hypothesis there. I'm not criticizing Alabama for what they did after January 15th. I'm criticizing them for what they did once the undisputed facts are now clear. He should have been immediately suspended the moment that court hearing occurred and the moment that they looked at the statement that his attorney put out. I'm talking about since then. Prior to this, if you take Alabama at their word, they didn't know the specifics of what were going on in this case, and they were trying to ignore it. Okay, so I'm not saying anything about January 15th all the way up to, when did this story come out? Tuesday afternoon? I'm nodding and
Tuesday.
saying, okay, Tuesday afternoon, they have the court hearing. That's, under oath. There are undisputed facts. Then you have it combined with the statement that I was just reading from Brandon Miller's own attorney. There are a series of undisputed facts that the University of Alabama now knows that they did not know prior to Tuesday. Those facts, all of which are undisputed, and again, driving a murder weapon to the scene of a murder, receiving a text message specifically alerting you to the fact that there is some form of beef going on, and then having a woman get murdered, he has to be gone off the team, in my opinion, and out of school. Because, look, one woman died, and she's got a 5-year-old son, and that is a brutal and awful story. But I believe there were at least 11 shots that were fired. If 3 or 4 University of Alabama kids get hit by those shots, is there any way that Brandon Miller is still playing? If 3 or 4 Alabama University students die in this shootout that he facilitated by bringing a gun to the corner when he knew there was a beef, is there any way that he's still enrolled at the university and representing the team?
See, you're back assuming he knows there's a beef, and we can wind it down here. But I don't know if he knows there's a beef at that point.
He does by his own attorney statement, because any attorney worth his salt, again, pull it up in front of you right now. The attorney
and I grew up in a different place, Clay. If I show up, I'm not sure there's somebody's going to fire shots. I may show up to an argument. And still, I don't know if people are going to actually pull out a gun and shoot.
I understand.
We can go around and around on that, but Lance has something.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, and look, I want to ask you to play real quick. I want to ask you to speculate one more time. Just gut feeling. If this was Kansas, if this was North Carolina, if this was UCLA, if this is any of the other 13 SEC schools, how do you think they would handle it?
I think the bigger the program is, the more likely it is that there's no way that the guy is still representing the school. Like Duke, if Duke has a basketball player bring a loaded handgun to a campus corner and somebody gets shot, killed, there's no way that player's still playing. I think the pressure would be higher at a Duke, a Kentucky, a Kansas, because they're bigger national brand stories. It's still a big story. I think this would be a bigger story for Alabama if it were football, because football is obviously more of a connoted with the University of Alabama. And by the way, to your point earlier, Dunaway, on the if I've been out with LT a bunch of games, right? A bunch of Alabama games over the last 15 or 16 years. And we may have consumed alcoholic beverages at a few of those games, off and on.
Right.
If we end up at a different spot, if you and me, Dunaway, are hanging out somewhere different, and LT texts me, and he's like, "Hey, bring me my gun. This dude is disrespecting me. It's 1:40. I know that LT has been out at the bar all day. There's no way on earth that I'm driving the car to LT. I'll also with a gun. I'll also point out this, and I think this is significant.
And I agree with you. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either.
Yeah, right. If you didn't know there was a gun in the car, when you got texted about the gun in the car, you'd be like, holy crap, what are you talking about? If somebody suddenly texts me and says, hey, bring me the kilo of Coke that I put under, under a T-shirt in the back of your car, I'd be like, the kilo of Coke, right? Like the presumption of the text is bring me my gun, meaning I think you can reasonably presume that that Brandon Miller knew the gun was in the car. And I would also say, having been to some of those places on the Strip in Tuscaloosa, it would further make sense that a gun might be left in a car when somebody goes into a club, because many of those places want you when you enter into them, meaning you would not be able to keep your gun with you. So again, I think that Brandon Miller's behavior, leaving aside the question of whether it is criminal, I think it was reckless and negligent enough to classify as a crime, which is why I think that a part of this story may well be that Brandon Miller is testifying on behalf of the state, right? That is, he is testifying.
Speculation. Yep.
Yes. But that is something that I think could be occurring here. When you say that he has been cooperating with authority, but leaving aside the criminal charges, the mere fact that he has done all of these undisputed things, to me, makes it clear that once Alabama had that information on Tuesday, and once they had his defense statement, the best possible version of the story from his perspective is still not a very good version of his story, right? It specifically doesn't say that he had no idea there was a gun in the car. It doesn't say that he never received this text. All it says is he didn't touch the gun. And so to me, that is way past needing enough for him to no longer be representing the University of Alabama as an athlete.
But his
or a
attorney's
student for
statement,
that
Clay,
matter.
which is easily corroborated by available video, and the city of Tuscaloosa, or Tuscaloosa Police, excuse me, the district attorney, they have a ton of video. Every bar on that strip's got video running. It disputes one of the facts you used to further convict him, which is that he blocked them in. You tweeted, Miller's car blocking the road here, allowing the murder is also a big deal. And the attorney's statement says that did not happen at all. And that's no attorney is going to put something like that in a statement, Clay, knowing that video is out there that absolutely contradicts that point.
Well, first of all, attorneys put things in statements all the time that contradict the evidence. I mean, that's the job of a defense attorney.
Do you really think an attorney would say that, though, knowing that there is video that shows the exact opposite?
Yes.
You think an attorney would do that in a statement and say, "This is look"? I know Tuscaloosa's got video that says they didn't intentionally block him in, but I'm going to lie about it.
O.J. Simpson's attorney. Well, you can lie about what? No, look. This is what being a defense attorney is. You can argue about what the facts reflect, i.e., he may have parked there, but he wasn't intending to block that vehicle, right?
Okay.
So
his vehicle got there first is the statement, easily corroborated.
I have not even mentioned that as needing to be a factor here in whether he is represented by Alabama or whether his behavior is reckless or negligent. I'm just leaving that aside.
You did 6 days ago.
I still think that it is worthy of being contemplated. I'm just saying that is a disputed fact, okay? I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about undisputed facts. He drove a murder weapon to a corner to his teammate and his friend after receiving a text message that said that there was a dispute and someone needed their gun. It's reasonable to presume that if someone says that they need their gun and you take it there, that the gun may well be used. That is, to me, again, just based on it's undisputed. Those facts are not disputed. That is reckless and negligent behavior, in my opinion. And that is
enough for you to call him an accessory to murder, which you have.
Yes.
Without him being charged for it.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's you're right. And for the record, I don't disagree with everything you're saying. I do believe that, and I don't blame Alabama fans for thinking because you are a Tennessee fan, how hard you've gone at Alabama, that colors some, and I'm not saying you wouldn't do it against Tennessee as well, but I think it's naive to say you haven't gone at Alabama harder than you would Washington. If this were a Washington player or a UCLA player, you would not have gone this hard at him. You're going harder at him because he's an Alabama player. That's realistic.
I don't think it's that. What I would say is I'm covering this case more because it's in the SEC. There's no doubt.
That's true. Yep.
If this were a University of Kentucky player, I don't think I would have behaved any different at all. If this were a University of Tennessee player, I don't think I would have behaved any different at all. I probably would not have paid as much attention. I think that's fair. If it was a University of Washington player, frankly, because we and me have typically not covered controversies at the University of Washington because that hasn't been traditionally the base of stories that I talk about. So, yes, I mean, look, I talked about the Missouri race hoax case way more than I would have if Mizzou hadn't been in the SEC. I talked about Cam way more than I would have. Now, we do talk a lot about Big Ten stories. So, if it's Terrell Pryor controversies or whatever else, like I think if it were Ohio State or it were Michigan, it was a Big Ten story, I probably would have also been in it in a big way. But yes, we cover SEC and Big Ten controversies, both myself and Outkick, more than we would elsewhere. But, to me, this is not a sports story primarily. To me, the person who bears the most blame, who's the University of Alabama president?
Stuart
Bell. He is the decider here, right? When you are the university president, you ultimately are the decider when it comes to university-related issues. I can make you an argument that Nate Oates and Greg Byrne, the coach and the AD, because they are directly involved in athletics, I can see their argument for, hey, we're going to try to protect Brandon Miller in this scenario, right? They're at least directly connected to athletics. To me, this is where the university president has to step in and say, look, basketball, football, whatever it is, the seasons don't really matter. The University of Alabama is my entire purview, whether it's the chemistry department or the basketball team. And if we're doing something that is so newsworthy for its I think leniency, that it is on the being covered in British newspapers, then that's something that is a stain on the University of Alabama. This guy should be suspended. I blame the university president because ultimately he is the decider in this case, and I think the facts are pretty clear that Brandon Miller shouldn't be playing.
All right, we know you have your own show to do, Clay. Thank you for the time. We appreciate the discussion, and have a great week. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Hey, appreciate y'all. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the Flora-Bama.
Was that a shot? Did Brown just go see you next Tuesday?
Clay comes on every single Tuesday. I mean, what do you want me to say? Clay, see you next week, all right?
Wow.
Thank you, Clay. Clay on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, part of the show today also being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, getting you into the games. A lot of great games last night. Fun basketball tonight. A good one, Arkansas and Tennessee, 8 o'clock ESPN2. I'll be cheering my ass off for the Hogs. No, I'm kidding. It'll be Arkansas and Tennessee tonight.
It's a good game.
8 o'clock ESPN2. Really, Arkansas is moving up as far as the toughest teams in the league. MyBookie can get you in the games tonight.
MyBookie.ag code next round. Get you in. MyBookie.ag code next round. When you use next round, you get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000. Up to $2,000 at MyBookie.ag. Don't forget to use code next round, though, to get that. All the college basketball games. Lance had an early line, in his opinion, of Alabama favored 9.5 over Auburn Wednesday night. All those games, like we just talked about Arkansas, Tennessee.
Thank you.
Much, much more. You're welcome, Jim. All those games right there at MyBookie.ag, code next round to get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000. Use it right away. It's yours. You don't have to bet it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times like some other places. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
From the Flora-Bama down here on the Gulf Coast where the sun is out, and it's a beautiful day down here. High temperatures are going to kiss 80 degrees, and it seems to always be sunny here at the Flora-Bama, and that's what we're enjoying today. We are glad you're along with us. If you're here for the first time, give us a thumbs up, subscribe while you're here. We're here every day, 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Central live, and then replays run on the app and on TuneIn Radio, iHeartRadio, all the time. Video available on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and of course, right here on Twitter if you're joining us there. Podcast always at Alexa, Odyssey, Apple Podcast, Spotify, and all of our stuff rolling out as well on Instagram and TikTok. Our friend Taylor Korn, Auburn graduate, not too many months ago. In fact, back last May, she's been with us since she graduated from Auburn. She handles everything on our social media. Like and subscribe at Next Round Live there. We got poll questions out. We'll continue the conversation that we just had with Clay Travis after Brownie tells us about our friends at Johnson RV Center up there in Coleman and Decatur.
Hey, you know, they've expanded or extended their show pricing. You know, the show was supposed to end this weekend, but it has gone so well about Decatur and Coleman. They just want to keep the momentum going. So I-65, exit 334 in Decatur, 304 in Coleman. Go by Johnston RV Center. Get competitive financing, lifetime warranty, and show pricing. You can see the show pricing online, johnstonrvcenter.com. That is johnstonrvcenter.com.
All right. So obviously we've known Clay a long, long time there. And you know, when you're friends, you can disagree about a variety of different things. And we have throughout this process and truthfully a couple of other times in our friendships individually. But your takeaway from that conversation we just had.
Well, I mean, look, I do think with Clay, and I think this is true with everyone. So, you know, I think a lot of Alabama fans think Brandon Miller has been treated unfairly, and Clay has been maybe the ringleader of that. I think they would feel 100% differently if he wore a different uniform. I think a lot of opposing fans feel like Brandon Miller would be suspended. They would feel just like Alabama fans if he wore their uniform. I get that. That's what makes sports fans sports fans. It's 100% true. I think Clay's being naive if he doesn't think that he's covering this a little bit differently because it's Alabama. And it's one thing for him to say, I've been as hard on Tennessee as anybody. Clay has been hard at times on Tennessee. But you can't threaten Alabama fans jokingly even, and I know it's a joke, to meet me at the Tuscaloosa Walmart and fight me. And Alabama fans think you're going to get fair coverage from Clay. Those two things can't coexist. They just don't coexist. So I think Clay's got to understand that.
Yeah, you're either WWEing it up or
right.
You're trying to
That's
be a
right.
journalist.
One
You're
of the two. Right.
Yeah.
And I don't think he can also disassociate himself just like that from Outkick and say, oh, you know, I'll you know, I'm still part of Outkick and I'll still, you know, I'll still take victory laps and Outkick does great things, but I'm not going to take any blame for them botching this story, which they did. So I mean, you know, and the other thing, Lance, is I think in a lot of situations like this, there's something called confirmation bias where I jump to a conclusion and then I only accept the sets of data that support my conclusion.
Well, that's
100%.
pretty much society now.
It's society now. You're absolutely right.
I think everybody does it. Look, Clay is one of the, whether you hate him or love him, he's one of the more intelligent people that I know.
Clay's a smart guy. I don't disagree with that.
And look, he has some great points. And I do believe there's a good majority of programs that would have kicked Brandon Miller off the team. I think that is, I mean, again, it's pure speculation, but we've seen people kicked off for a lot less involvement in things.
But you've also seen people stay on teams as well. And that is up to that university on how comfortable they are there. And I've said it a couple of times. I'll say it again. It is an odd time to watch them play last night. Right now.
Yeah, I mean,
since this happened, it's been odd. But since the testimony came out, it became more difficult to sit and only think about basketball. I can't watch them now and not think about the murdered mom, the 5-year-old kid, the investigation. Should he be playing or not playing? And that's a cloud that's going to be around that team the rest of the year.
I agree. And I think I know I've talked to a couple of Alabama fans that have said, I can't watch. Now, I don't know if that's changed over the last week. But I don't know if you guys agree with this. Even if Alabama goes on and wins a national championship, first ever Final Four, obviously first national championship, I think all anyone will remember about that team is this incident, sadly.
No, I don't think that's true. Yeah, I don't know if it's true. It will always be an asterisk, no doubt.
Well, because Brandon Miller
it'll
is
be
going
part
to
of the story.
A huge part of that. Brandon Miller is always going to be associated with this story, and there's going to be, outside of Alabama fans, every other fan base is going to be saying that guy shouldn't have been played.
Part of the show being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. If your son or daughter looking at a school right now, Montevallo is that wonderful place to make a choice and send them. At least look at the details. Montevallo.edu, 21 NCAA Division II sports, fully funded, fully scholarship right now. Montevallo with a top 10 baseball program, red hot to start the season, one of the best programs in the country, and one of the best teams Montevallo's ever had. And they're early in the season there. You can watch the games. You can find out details of maybe on how your son or daughter can continue their athletic career at the University of Montevallo. Great academics as well. Get the full details, schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Quick break here to get back on time because we went a full 30 minutes with Clay. We're at the Flora-Bama, and we're back in just a second.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech, 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Back with you from the Flora-Bama on the Next Round. Still to come on the show, Jason Campbell will join us at 12:35 Central Time. this week. A lot more guests from the Flora-Bama coming up a little bit later on this week as we work our way through our trip down to the Gulf Coast. Nashville next week for the SEC basketball tournament. Looking forward to catching up with some of you folks up in the Music City. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter. Keep in mind, though, we got a big basketball game tonight. Before you tell me about Gutter Cap, other than Arkansas, Tennessee, NC State, Duke, 2 NCAA tournament teams, Clemson and Virginia, likely 2 NCAA tournament teams, Iowa and Indiana, likely 2 NCAA tournament teams, San Diego State, Boise State, a big opportunity for Boise State, a team that's right there on the bubble. So a great night of basketball coming up.
823-2212. That is the number. Cap those gutters. You don't want to get the dangerous ladder out. You work all week on weekends. You don't want to get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it. Don't snap it. Call my good friend Chris Stewart. He's been in business for over 20 years. Great guy. He'll come out and give you an absolutely free estimate. And you'll never have to clean those gutters again. 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
You know, Jay Billis said on game day on Saturday that Brandon Miller has rights too. And I had not really, I brought this up sort of with Clay there, but until I was thinking about the murder investigation going on and what it would look like if all of a sudden you become a suspended player and that information is coming out, how that paints you to the general public at that point. If that information comes out and Alabama suspends you, and that murder investigation is still ongoing, and Alabama only knows the facts as they are released by the authorities, which seems to be what's happening in this case, how would that have painted Brandon Miller as the individual, not the basketball player?
I mean, I don't know. I just really haven't gotten into and I understand completely what you're saying, but this whole suspension, should he or shouldn't he have, is basically whether you're an Alabama fan or not. Alabama fans are going to say he wasn't. Everybody else in the world is going to say he should have been,
right?
Or he shouldn't have been, or should have been. Right. My issue with Clay is I think you can have a reasonable argument on whether or not he should have been suspended. I'm fine with that argument. My issue with Clay is if a guy hasn't been charged with a crime and you continue to call him an accessory to murder, and you do the cheap shot tweet, which, I thought it was interesting with Clay too, that Alabama, and I agree 100%, Alabama was insensitive. And the whole pat down, I don't think it was a police pat down, but a pat down nonetheless in the pregame introductions. And then Clay says, well, I'm an insensitive guy. So Alabama, which I don't think they should be, can't be insensitive, but Clay can. It seems like that is a double standard that Clay is using there. But I mean, the whole suspension thing, I see what you're saying, but to me, that just comes down, are you an Alabama fan or not? Everybody that's not an Alabama fan thinks the guy should have been suspended. Everybody that's a Bama fan thinks he shouldn't have been. And I'm okay with that discussion, Lance. It's then I think, I personally think, and I said this to Clay, where he crossed the line is calling him an accessory to murder. And
when you built your, you don't build your show on this, but he spends a lot of his time talking about trusting the police, how difficult the police's job is in America today. That's the fabric of part of his political show is trust the police. But in this case, he's not trusting the police.
Well, I mean, and look, there is some hypocrisy in that. I mean, look, we're all hypocritical when it comes to different things, but look, I've stated publicly, I'm not a Michael Jackson guy because I think the guy was a pedophile. Now, was he ever charged as a pedophile? It's just my opinion. I think a lot of people share that opinion. Ray Lewis, do I think Ray Lewis is a good guy? I don't. I don't think Ray Lewis is a good guy at all. And he was never charged with anything, or I guess he was, but I guess he was acquitted.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I mean, look, for the record, we hate things like this. I think everyone does.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, we should be talking about.
I'd rather talk about anything.
Yeah, college basketball itself, what's going on the court. And it's just an awful situation.
It is. It's a terrible situation that transcends what is going on the court, unfortunately.
We'll flip the script here after that conversation. You get anything podcast at any time on our platforms here, video at YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and on Twitch as well. But just go to nextroundlive.com. It's an easy access to all 13 of our platforms there that you can pick up the show. And we appreciate you folks being along with us today. On a lighter subject, when it comes to basketball, Sister Jean, perfectly timing for Sister Jean to be on Good Morning America.
Which she's not still alive.
She is.
I thought you were about to tell me she died.
There is no way.
She is 103 years old.
Oh my gosh.
And I guess we're all day to day in the game of life. We're all on the bubble, I guess, but 103 years old. And she has a book out called Wake Up with Purpose. Wake Up with Purpose. She was on Good Morning America promoting the book.
Well, she's last 4 in. We're all in the bubble.
103 years old, Wake Up with Purpose. And so they asked her on GMA, who is a team right now that's trending towards being, in your opinion, the national champion?
Did she say breakfast?
She said Kentucky.
Oh, Sister Jean likes the Big Blue, huh?
Sister Jean says Kentucky is playing like a national champion right now.
I don't know. Again, they are one of the better perimeter shooting teams in the SEC. The SEC doesn't have a lot of great perimeter shooting teams, but you've got, Toppin's a really, really good player. Sheboy is your reigning national player of the year. He's a double-double every night out. Calipari, obviously, is a coach that's won a national championship. He's been to multiple Final Fours. I think it is a dangerous team.
What do you do with Severe Wheeler, who's missed 6 games? By the way, you went 4-0 against all quad 1 teams without him playing. What do you do with Severe Wheeler?
You still got to play him.
Sounds like I play him less, though.
Yeah, I think he's coming off the bench more than likely, but you got to get him minutes. I mean, this is a guard that's got a lot of experience.
Yeah, I don't know about if you guys believe the Ken Palm. And it's been proven right now every single year since they started doing this.
Have you updated this week?
I have not updated this week. I'm happy to do it anytime you guys would like. But Kentucky is not in the window, and I don't know that they can get in there. Again, you got to be top 25, defensive efficiency, top 40 on offense. It might come as a surprise to people. Kentucky actually qualifies on offense. They don't qualify on defense.
Well, that's surprising.
They're 13th in Ken Palm adjusted offense, and they're 77th in defense. Now, keep in mind, this includes all your NCAA tournament games, but I don't think they can make up that much ground in the tournament. So they would be the first ever national champion to win outside of this Ken Palm matrix here. But eventually somebody's going to do that.
How many teams are in there right now that qualify?
Before you do that,
I'll have to do it next hour.
Yeah, we'll do it later
right
on. Nichols Outfitters brings you part of the show today. Our friends at Nichols.
Today is the last day to get down there and take advantage of all the discounts they have on your deer hunting accessories, the deer calls, the scents, the attractants, all 50% off through the end of February. That is today. So hurry, 50% off deer hunting accessories before Nichols Outfitters closes today. Get in there, take advantage of that. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
So really interesting thing happening with the NBA right now and the Players Association. They're about to negotiate a new contract that's going to lower the age of eligibility to go to the NBA. You'll now only have to be 18 years of age. That's the only thing that will there will be you have to go 1 year in college. You got to be 1 year removed from your graduation date or anything like that. The only thing is going to be your 18 years of age.
I don't know how I feel about this. Again, I think people should be free to earn. You don't necessarily have to go to college to get a job, doing certain things. So just because and basketball is a unique sport. I mean, we've seen, a lot of guys straight from high school, whether it be Kevin Durant or Kobe Bryant, these guys have success. I almost kind of like that more than getting 1 year of these guys, if that makes any sense. Like I almost wish, and I think I've said this before, it was like Division I baseball. Like if you come in, you've got to stay 3 years.
Yeah.
And so you make that decision when you're 18.
I don't think we'll ever see this in the NFL, though.
No.
I just think now I remember the first guy, like the NFL, you've got to be 3 years removed from high school. There's not an age requirement, but you got to be 3 years post-graduation. It's basically to make you 20 or older. The first time I can remember seeing a guy as a true freshman walk out on the field, and I thought, well, he looks ready for the NFL, was Trent Richardson.
Yes.
That was the first time I looked at a guy. I was like, there's a guy you don't have to have this limitation for. His body's ready for the NFL. Now, he was a bust in the NFL.
Well, Bo Jackson, if you go, but the most recent one maybe.
Yeah, most recent one, I guess.
I mean, Brock Bowers was ready last year.
Yeah, I think there were some guys, but I think by and large, that is a pretty good rule for safety, if nothing else.
Yeah,
most guys leaving high school would get killed in the NFL.
And I think a bigger thing, Players Association, you've got such a small window to play in the NFL. I mean, your average career's, 3.1 year or whatever. And these guys, they want to stay in the league as long as they can. So keeping these guys out a little bit longer.
But I wonder with players to the level of a Brandon Miller or Jabari Smith, who went one and done at Auburn and will go one and done at Alabama. The G League is an option now. Going straight to the NBA is an option. Or now you can go to college and make NIL money, real NIL money. And I don't know how much you're getting paid in the G League, but that looks like a tough life. Like the squadron, everything's is a commercial flight. You don't charter anything. You played 52 games.
I think you've got an outstanding point. Like, I would rather, if I'm a big recruit out of Houston and I might be, I don't want to say lottery, back into the first round, maybe second round, I would rather go to the University of Texas, make NIL money, and really refine my game.
Grow, get stronger, get on a college eating program, and have an NBA body before I go to the NBA.
And get some college experience. Yeah. I remember it was, give me a sec. The kid, Jermaine O'Neal from the Pacers. You guys remember?
Yeah,
I do.
I do.
Yeah, he actually came up with Portland, and he was drafted out of high school. And he talked about, how tough road trips were. He was homesick. I mean, he was basically just turned 18. He had his PlayStation. All the guys are going to clubs. He's sitting in his hotel room and just talking about how miserable he was. And I just think, there's something about that too. An 18-year-old with a bunch of 25 and 26-year-olds is a tough mix at times.
All right. When we come back, we'll talk a little college football with you. You bring up Brock Bowers. I've got an interesting thing I want to ask you about Brock Bowers and Marvin Harrison Jr. We'll get into that. Hear more from Hugh Freeze coming up throughout the show. Jason Campbell joins us from Auburn. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team over there want to help you lose weight, get some blood pressure numbers in a better place for you as you get older, maybe cholesterol numbers that have gotten out of whack a little bit as you got older. Lose some weight, get those numbers in a better place with our friends at Way to Wellness. Just go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. It's a great, easy way to jumpstart weight loss, no matter your age. Aplanforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you at the Flora-Bama. My buddy Brownie, I'll tell you a story later on, one that Rockstar would get a kick out of if he wasn't halfway through its tour. And Brownie pointed this out last night, but Brownie went and got me a nice Diet Coke, so I appreciate that so much.
You're welcome.
What a good friend this guy. I don't say it enough on the air. What a good friend this guy is right here.
People think we hate each other.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's partly cloudy sometimes.
Y'all got to understand how much time the four of us spend together, and I would say Lance, with all three of us. And Rockstar too, all four of us.
Yeah, Rockstar not nearly as much as the
not
three
as much,
of us.
but we end up arguing like brothers a lot, right?
Right. And early on in our relationship and our friendship and our show, before we joined LT, you and I used to spend a lot of time together. We'd watch games on Saturdays together.
Yeah.
We'd be
we
there.
Don't spend near as much time.
Oh, not at all. I mean, it was like we now have an open friendship.
But we argue like brothers. All three of us argue.
Polyamorous on your
your
friendship.
Like
exactly.
One time, I'll never forget this. One time, back when we were still in radio, somebody came and sat in studio. They had won like some sort of raffle or charity event where they auctioned off an hour in studio. And we got to the end, like, what do you think? And he was like, I just can't believe how much y'all go at each other in breaks. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, I mean, y'all go at each other all the time on the show. And then in breaks, y'all are just ruthless with one another. I'm like, I don't even realize that, really. And he's like, oh my God, it's incredible.
Also incredible is our friends at
you're welcome.
Hemp Hill, Adam and Chad. They take care of you when it comes to your heating, your cooling, and your plumbing system. Last night, got a little steamy in my place. I don't know about y'all's place. Got a little steamy in my place.
A little bit. I was about to open the sliding glass doors and let that Gulf breeze in. I didn't do it, though.
I wish you'd have done that.
I know. I'll make sure I do it tonight.
As the guy stuck in the kids' room, I wish you'd have done that.
Hey, our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. I cannot believe you guys have not given me credit yet.
For?
You can't walk anywhere in this place without seeing
you really cannot.
a sticker. And this is December when I put these up.
Okay, what we'll do to show everybody what you're talking about. Last time we were here for the Army-Navy game, when we came here to celebrate with veterans in the area and reservists and service people who live in the area. We watched Army-Navy with them in a big event here at the Flora-Bama, and it was spectacular. Lance took Next Round stickers and has just put them all over the place. So what I want you to do in some of the timeouts, just go shoot some video clips and then just drop them to Taylor back there, and she'll put a video and we'll show it on the air near the end. But they are all over the place, and you did a fantastic job.
Yes, I'll give you full credit for this, Lance.
Yeah.
Terrific job out of you.
Impossible for us to show them all.
You
with
see
a
that pole right
shoot.
there closest to us?
Yep.
Stage light?
Yep.
I mean, you can't go anywhere without seeing them.
Yeah,
you did a tremendous job.
Yeah, the one that you put in the urinal in the upstairs bathroom is gone, though. So they fished that one out. It was floating there on
but
while.
if you go
Dropped
to
it, right?
the upstairs in the
please say girls' bathroom.
No,
Okay.
no, it's the guys' bathroom, but it's in the songwriters bar.
Yeah.
off there,
Up at the main room.
up at the top. They'll never get it down.
They'll never get it down. They're still on bras too, all over the place. All right, a little college football here, and then you'll hear from Hugh Freeze down at Auburn before we get to trash this hour. Jason Campbell in the final hour. But I wanted to make a case about Brock Bowers and Marvin Harrison Jr. And I want to make a case for them as Heisman Trophy candidates. Okay.
Say again, who? Marvin Harrison Jr. and Brock Bowers?
And Brock Bowers,
Okay.
right?
All right.
And I think
Tell me more.
I think a few things have lined up for them to possibly be a Heisman Trophy winner, because for it to be a non-quarterback, some things have to line up.
No, there's no doubt.
And for it to be a receiver or a tight end who is the main receiver, it really has to line up.
Yeah, because anytime a tight end and a receiver has a big year, so does his quarterback.
Right.
Pretty much.
But if you go back to Mac Jones and Devontae at Alabama, Devontae winning the Heisman, it was lined up why? Now,
Well, it was lined up because Jalen Waddle got hurt. If Jalen Waddle never gets hurt, I think Mac Jones wins that Heisman. Devontae was incredible. Do not get me wrong. He was deserving of the Heisman. The right guy won it. But if Jalen Waddle doesn't get hurt, I don't think he wins it.
That is a fair statement. But Devontae is a guy who had a reputation coming into the year, much like Brock Bowers and Marvin Harrison Jr. In fact, Bowers and Marvin Harrison Jr.'s reputation is better coming into this season as receivers and productions and playmakers, even more than Devontae's was going into his Heisman year at Alabama. What you also have is a great quarterback who has left from both of these places, a winning quarterback who put up good numbers. They both now have new starting quarterbacks, just like Devontae had at Alabama with Mac Jones.
Yeah, you don't have the preseason assumptions of this guy's going to be great.
That's right. Nobody was like Mac Jones is going to be a Heisman winner.
No, you're right.
Nobody is talking right now that whoever's replacing Stroud at Ohio State, or if it's Beck or whomever's replacing, Stedman over at Georgia, nobody's talking about them as a slam dunk Heisman favorite. So that opens the door for these guys too. So technically, as the season begins, Bowers and Harrison Jr. ahead of their potential quarterback on the Heisman board going into the season. So if these two have dynamic numbers, and I do believe it's easier for Marvin Harrison Jr. than Bowers, but if you have dynamic numbers, it's open for these two to rise up to be a Heisman finalist and maybe a Heisman winner. You agree or disagree?
No, I see what you're saying. I mean, they both coming into the season will be the face of not only the offense, but of those teams. I would hope that Mike Bobo, as much as people loved Georgia's offense last year under Todd Monken, I would hope that Bobo uses Brock Bowers a little bit more this year. A tight end has never won this award since 2000. How many non-quarterbacks you guys think have won it?
Well, Devontae Smith, Derrick Henry. These are just the Alabama guys. Mark Ingram.
Yep. And one more.
Since 2000, just one more.
Yeah.
So Devontae Smith, Mark Ingram, Derrick Henry, and Ron Dane. Was he post 2000? Did he won it?
He
though,
did,
right?
yeah.
Who was it?
It was Reggie Bush.
Oh, Reggie Bush. That's right. Such an obvious answer.
Yeah.
It's just, again, it's hard. And, when you look at the history of the award, there used to be a ton of running backs that would win this award, but it's quarterback's award.
Right. Because back in the old days, the running back got the biggest stats because we ran the ball more than we threw the ball. It was a running sport. And it's a throwing sport now. So it's a quarterback that usually wins the Heisman Trophy. And it has to be special circumstances, especially at receiver for a guy like Bowers and Harrison Jr. But it's lined up for those two guys to be in the conversation this year. Like, I don't know who's the best returning quarterback in college. Caleb Williams. There's nobody on the USC receiving core that could rise up to that level because Caleb will get the numbers.
With Jordan Addison going, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if Addison had slated this past season and was back, you might make an argument for him, especially since it is so difficult to win in back-to-back years for Caleb Williams. You could make an argument for Addison, but I'm with you. I don't know who USC's got. Lance will know better. They could even contend for this. I doubt anybody could because they're not going to get the preseason hype.
And who's the second best quarterback coming back in the country?
Maybe Drake May.
Drake May. So if Drake May was at Ohio State or if Marvin Harrison Jr. was at North Carolina, it's going to be Drake May that's going to get a lot of the credit for those numbers, right? Because he's already got that reputation coming back, and that's where the void is in Columbus and Athens.
From 72 to 83, it was all running backs.
Yeah, it used to be a big running backs award. Yep.
Yeah, so Pat Sullivan won it in 71. And then from 72 through 83, Mike Rozier. The next was Doug Flutie. From Pat Sullivan to Doug Flutie. You had that.
It was all running backs.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. So Brock Bowers, I'm going to give you a stat line. You tell me how much better it's got to be for him to win this thing.
Okay.
Because you would agree with me, last year's stat line would not win it for him this year.
No. I mean, though, I think you can watch Brock Bowers and say his impact is at a level that maybe he doesn't have the best stats, but I agree with you. His numbers have to go up.
And he played 15 games. These are 15 game numbers, whereas most guys play 12, 13, or 14. Precious few played 14. 15 games for Brock Bowers, 63 catches, 942 yards, 7 touchdowns. I mean,
I just think he needs to get to 70 grabs, 1,000 yards, and 10 touchdowns.
Let me put it in perspective. Let me give you Devontae Smith's line.
Oh, that's going to be crazy.
This year he wanted 117 receptions, almost double, 1,856 yards, almost double, 23 touchdowns, more than double. That's triple. And I mean, that shows you how good Smith had to be to win it over a quarterback.
That's right.
I mean, I don't know what you would say Brock Bowers is a tight end. I don't think anybody expects him to have receiver numbers, but as a tight end, what would he have to do to win it numbers wise?
No, I think coming into the season, I believe a lot of people will say that he's the best player in college football, on the best team in college football. As long as those numbers go up a little bit, it could be one of those odd years if you don't have an obvious choice.
I think he's got to be 1,000-yard receiver.
Yeah, I think 1,000 yards too, 10 touchdowns.
And maybe run one in like he did last year. See, that's the thing. You get those big moments like that when you do something non-conventional.
Yeah.
Like that tight end reverse where he takes it, what was that, 80 yards?
Yeah.
Down the sideline. He's out like a gazelle down through there. That's a big play.
I'll tell you something that hurts Brock Bowers a little bit is Georgia plays a lot of East games that just feel non-competitive. And he just doesn't have a whole lot of those big moments because they're blowing people out in the East. Now that's getting better as Tennessee's gotten a little bit better, but you know, I mean, the year Devontae Smith won it, he had some of those wow moments. Bryce Young winning it, he had some of those wow moments. Caleb Williams had some of those wow moments. Georgia's playing a lot of games where they're just not suited for wow moments.
Something to keep an eye on as we get closer to college football. A lot of teams are out practicing now. They will, a majority of them will be out over the next 10 days in college football. Auburn started yesterday. You'll hear from Hugh Freeze in a second. Right now, we stand at 9 stakes up for me.
My gosh. We got anything coming up? What's coming up?
I don't know what we have coming up, but I know it is a good time to be alive. And our friends at New York Butcher Shop, want to take care of you when it's time to buy your friend a steak.
You want to bet a steak if you'll throw up or not on the boat?
No, I don't. But I've gotten great advice from my buddy Rick and others that I'm going to 100% take advantage of.
You got great advice. And then from the Flora-Bama people, they texted me this. When the Invincible is going 70 miles per hour, you can't even feel the waves. You just glide right over them. Don't let the 70-mile-an-hour part wash over you there.
Oh, shit. We're going to be going 70 miles an hour?
Getting after it on the water.
Flying on the water.
We're going to be like hitting those waves and taking flight.
They said you're just skimming the top of them at 70 miles an hour.
If I jump off the back, will you wipe all 7 states or 9 states?
Yeah, you may as well. We may never see you again.
we should point out again before we do this. I cannot swim very well.
You're going to need a life vest. Like if when Taylor sends out whatever video we do here, if you're not in a life vest in every one of them, I'm not watching.
Not only do I need a life vest, I need to be in the middle of the boat. I guess strapping me in would not be good in case it capsizes. I didn't know we were going to, I thought it was a pleasant afternoon cruise on the SS Minnow. I didn't know we were going 70 miles an hour.
Yeah,
are we in a race?
Cigar boat to Miami running some drugs.
I mean, what the hell are we doing? Miami Vice? That's happening this afternoon. We'll send you the video. Tell us about New York Butcher.
Yeah, hey, stop by, see Jim and that great staff at the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken. Cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget those huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch meeting. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cobb Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
Should be noted that last night on the way down, once we got here to the coast, we stopped and had a steak. I won't say the place's name, but it was labeled by 2 different organizations as the best steak in Alabama.
Credible organizations too.
Credible organizations.
Well, on one credible on steak, one credible on, they got a lot of people that know about them.
Yeah.
I don't know how good they are at picking steaks.
So I am with the Chef King or the Grill Master. What are you?
The Grill Master.
The Grilling King.
The Grilling
If
King.
you're going to take a shot at me, the least you can do is remember it, not have to ask me every time.
So I'm with the Grilling King, and this is one of those places, by the way, that cooks on an open wood fire.
That is correct. The
So
way you
it
should do a steak.
It smelled terrific.
It did. You'll have to admit, when we opened the door in the parking lot, the smell knocked you over, and it was phenomenal.
Unbelievable. So we sat down, and on the fact that it was rated best steak in Alabama. All I got from him, they haven't tasted mine yet. He took one bite.
I jokingly said,
good, it's good, but they haven't tasted mine yet.
Dunaway said, Brown, what do you think? I said, it's rated the best steak in Alabama by people who've never been to my house. It was a joke, obviously. I've always said, and I'm not alone in this, nobody can cook a steak better for me than me.
You know,
I know exactly what I want a steak to taste like.
I get that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable position to have.
It comes with a little piece of pumpernickel bread like
stuff
this.
Was good too.
That had some kind of sweetness on top of it, and then almost an icing you put on top of it. I had one slice of it, and there was about this much left. To say Brown loved the pumpernickel, he ate about this much of it.
It was good.
Putting the frosting on top of it. It was like a dessert.
I filled up on salad and bread, though. That was my problem. I didn't finish the steak.
You guys will give me, there's a lot of good burgers in Birmingham, right?
Yep. Yes.
I came across one this past weekend that I've got to tell you guys about.
Okay.
It was absolutely incredible.
I am all ears.
Looking forward to that. All right, to Hugh Freeze before we get to trash in the next segment. Tyler, if you will, and Tyler, fantastic job. Hats off to Tyler. This is his. Thank you. This is Tyler's first road show to do.
Yeah, I wonder if he hates him as much as Rockstar already.
Rockstar can't stand him.
Yes.
I can't see Tyler's face. We'll find out after the show if Tyler likes him or not. But Tyler, if you give me cut number 3 right now, Hugh Freeze yesterday, after his first time of getting his players on the field, and obviously quarterbacks are a discussion because I believe a lot of people who watch this show wonder if Auburn has their quarterback on the field at practice now, or if they'll have a different one by the time they open summer camp. Here's what Hugh Freeze said yesterday about the quarterbacks at Auburn.
I thought TJ, I thought Robbie and Holden I think they're hungry. I think they want to be taught. They want to learn a different way. They want to learn a different system. And I think they all have been like a sponge and saying, just help me, coach. I want to get better. I want to be the guy. And obviously they're all a little different. And we've got to figure out, to play to the strengths of those guys. But at some point, all three will have to be the guy. You're going to have to lead the football team and lead not only on the field, off the field, and in the locker room, decision-making, accuracy, taking care of the ball, all of those things. But to this point, the thing I've really liked is it's just, man, if the meeting's at 2:30, they're there at 2:15 saying, can we start early? Can we go? And they're wanting to learn.
That's Hugh Freeze yesterday on those quarterbacks. And I don't want to read too much into it.
I read something into it.
But the order he went in.
That's what I read.
He went TJ.
I think a lot of people forget TJ's still there.
I know, but
and that looks like the furthest thing from a Hugh Freeze quarterback.
I'm with you. The fact that that's who he mentioned first is probably just incidental, but it was the thing that jumped out at me from that soundbite.
I think it's would it be classification? Yeah. Maybe.
Did he go alphabetically? I mean, Ashford comes before Finley.
You hope it's not that he's looking on a big board of a depth chart.
Yeah.
That it's going TJ, Robbie, blah, blah, blah.
Or you just wonder if he's just throwing these out there and he knows his ultimate plan is to go out and get his guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible he's just learning names too. And he's like, oh my God, what my quarterback names, my quarterback names. TJ.
Robbie.
I mean, I heard the same thing you heard.
Well,
I've just got a feeling this team's going to be a lot better than last year.
You've already gone on record.
Yeah.
Would you take the same bet that Barkley offered you last year at the same number?
No, because I think it was Auburn 7.5 was total.
That's right. So you feel like north of 7.5 because their schedule is hard as heck again.
Yeah, I think it's 7 or 8 wins, which I think in year one, depending on who the quarterback is. I mean, if a Grayson McCall was to come into the fold, then my expectations change a little bit.
Funny, you went right to Grayson McCall then.
Oh, maybe you've heard something.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't think that's dead.
No.
Interesting. All right.
Y'all smell wings?
Oh, I just went to. I got our drinks at the food bar over here. Which, by the way, underrated thing at Flora-Bama is how good their food is. Their burger is terrific here.
I love their chicken fingers.
Yeah, but I do smell.
Hey, their dollar Uncrustable's really good too.
All right. Quick break here. When we come back, we'll get to trash as well. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Precision Sports. LeBron James is the guy who's got to get back in the game now. Foot injury. He's going to miss several weeks, is the latest report from Woj, and that could cost them a playoff spot or any chance of moving on.
Yeah, when you age, you don't heal as well. He's 38 years old. He's playing like an MVP. His numbers are incredible, and he doesn't look like a 13 or 38-year-old at all. But that foot could keep him out a while. And, Lakers battling for that final playoff position right now. Our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics want to remind you 2023 is a new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885. The website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting up the Christmas decorations, injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Back with you from the beautiful Flora-Bama. I want to remind you, today's the last day to take advantage of a great opportunity with our friends at Wayne's. Call Waynes.com. Call Waynes.com. They're celebrating 50 years of business, and we've been telling you all month about this February special of $50 off your pest termite, lawn, or mosquito services. $50 off, or you can stack them if you've got multiple services to save $100, $150. Today is the last day. Offer good through February the 28th. You got to use the promo code TNR, though. TNR for the next round when you go to this website. Callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com, or you can just call them up yourself at 866-CALL-WAYNES. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number, or go to callwaynes.com. And the best part about this, it's not just for new customers, existing customers as well, so that you can save that money even if you've been with Waynes all 50 years. So get the savings right now by using the promo code TNR. Go to callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1 and get $50 off pest, $50 off termite, $50 off lawn, or $50 off mosquito services as well with our friends at Waynes. Callwaynes.com. Almost time for trash. If we could get our man Lance Taylor back over here.
He's over there documenting all the stickers. How many did you find?
I got caught upstairs, and I mean, in just one room there was like 7 or 8.
Yeah,
in that back room, and then on the way down here, I was just snapping. I can't tell you how many are here. It's got to be over 100.
Yeah, I would tell you that if you ever wonder, if you ever can get a human feeling of what it's like to walk Ladybird without walking Ladybird, it would be sometimes driving this show at the Flora-Bama with you walking around off your leash.
Hey, there's really not a lot of activity right now.
It's a little chill right now.
It is.
You know what we haven't had is a bushwhacker.
We have not.
We have not.
That is correct. I sampled one last night. Well, I finished one last night.
I did not have one last night.
I had one last night, but I've not had one today.
I stuck with our friends at Bud Light last night.
Yeah, I did too.
And after what happened to me in December, I may be a Bud Light guy all the way down here. Everywhere we go, I may be a Bud Light guy.
Hey, look, this is just the walk, like not going out of the way, the walk back from the bathroom, okay? And just in one bar. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah.
Just on that walk.
Taylor, I owe you a drink when he sends you all these. You're going to put them into a sequence. That's on me that I brought it up. But it's on LT right now to deliver trash for us. So hit the big button, Tyler, man. Let's do this. Literally like they soft served it right out of the tit of the cow. The teat.
Can you imagine the cow?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Give me one sec because I couldn't print.
Pull that trash out.
Yeah, I couldn't print anything.
Yeah.
So,
here's an amazing stat for you while we wait on him to pull up trash. Troy right now has 23 baseball home runs in 7 games. 23 home runs in 7 games, and that's only the third most in the country. Right now, South Carolina leads the country with 26 home runs in 8 games.
Got that juice ball or juice bat? Which one?
All I know is if you're doing your math at home, as I kill time with a Vince Scully-like stat until he's ready to go, that's a little over 3 a game for South Carolina. But hats off to Troy, 23 home runs in 7. Never thought I would get to that stat today on this show, but I just did.
I was telling you guys yesterday about the disrespect in school now by kids to their superiors.
You did bring that up.
This is next level. 7-year-old student in South Carolina brought a large knife to school and said he wanted to kill the teachers and then the students by stabbing them in the heart. Now, the kindergarten student had brought the knife from home in his book bag, authorities said, adding that it was a stainless steel kitchen knife just over 12 inches long with a 7-inch blade. When asked why he brought the knife to school, the student stated that he wanted to kill teachers and then students by stabbing them in the heart, said he knew how to do it from watching Chucky from Child's Play.
Oh, no, not Chucky.
Yeah. Sheriff's office is working with school officials as the investigation continues.
Well, I think most things we learn as a kid, right, is from things we watch, right?
Yeah, but, I watched, again, I was subjected to one one of the reasons I'm so demented. And
well, I mean, let's start there. I mean, you would not be considered normal, right?
No, not at all. But I went to see The Omen when I was 5. I probably saw The Exorcist when I was 5 or 6.
Yeah, that doesn't sit right with a kid usually. You have some nightmares.
I saw Jaws when I was 3 multiple times.
Yeah, but you don't remember it.
I kind of do, yeah.
Really? At age 3, huh?
Yeah.
Most people don't have memories.
Remember, I got a weird memory.
But if you walk right out here at the Flora-Bama right now and stand in the ocean, do you ever think about sharks?
Every time I get in the ocean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot of people that get in the water and never think about it.
Like I said, what was our topic that time on Mystery Fifth Hour?
Irrational thoughts of a rational
mind. Yeah. Every time I get on flight, I think it's going down.
Well, me too. I mean, that's why we shouldn't.
Well, yours is even next level.
Yeah,
though.
we should not even fly together. Yes.
Yeah.
No, honest to goodness, I thought for a second that with people just walking in.
That's the man. That's the mayor right there.
Right. That is you.
The mayor of the Flora-Bama right there.
Hey, so this is an update. You remember the Lady Gaga story where her dogs were stolen?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So a woman charged in connection to the theft of Lady Gaga's dogs is suing the pop star for not paying the $500,000 reward she says she's owed for returning the French bulldogs 2 days after the incident that left Gaga's dog walker with a gunshot injury. Now, I'm going to agree with this, and I want to see where you guys are on this.
Back then, I thought it was an inside job, so go ahead.
Jennifer McBride, who was among the 5 people charged in connection to the violent robbery of Gaga's dogs, Koji and Gustav, is taking legal action against the Grammy winner for not paying the hefty reward money she claims she deserves for turning in the dogs. Now, Gaga's dogs were stolen during a robbery in February of 2021 in which her assistant was shot in the chest. 2 days later, McBride claimed she had found the dogs tied to a pole, requested Lady Gaga's $500,000 reward offer. LA police discovered she was romantically involved with the father of one of the men involved in the robbery, arrested them both as an accessory to attempted murder. She pleaded no contest to 1 count of receiving stolen property, was sentenced to 2 years probation in December of 2022. Despite this, McBride's attorney argued in Friday's filing that because Gaga offered a $500,000 reward to whoever returned the dogs in a no questions asked basis, she defrauded McBride. I mean, that's why it's no questions asked, because it could be an inside job.
No. If it's criminal activity, man, you cannot benefit $500,000 from criminal activity.
Well, then you don't put no questions asked.
If I'm on the jury, I'm not giving you the money. No.
Not one dime.
Not one dime.
Man, look, I think she's a piece of shit. She
not
probably
Gaga, not Lady Gaga.
No.
Because if that was the
McBride.
case, we'd be swimming in the shallow now.
No.
Because I'd be defending her.
Oh, jeez, don't away.
Awful line.
Don't
make the monster come out.
Oh,
keep going.
The
keep
fact
going,
that he knows that
keep
many
going.
Gaga
That's it. I've done it too.
Yeah, you have a bad poker face. I just
heard
think
that last night.
I just think if you throw in the no questions asked basis, it should be no. She got her dogs back. Now her assistant got shot in the chest.
Well, that's terrible.
Yeah,
but you're right. No questions asked should be no questions asked. I
mean,
guess. Yeah,
it's the way I set it up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I bet most people would disagree. It could be a Cowan equipment poll question.
Could be.
This is creepy. A new device with a moving silicone lips is causing a buzz across Chinese social media as a way for long-distance couples to share, quote, real physical intimacy. Now, equipped with pressure sensors, the device is said to be able to mimic a real kiss by replicating the pressure, movement, and temperature of a user's lips.
Huh.
Now, along with the kissing motion, it can also transmit the sound the user makes. However, while many social media users saw a funny side of the device, others criticized it as, quote, vulgar and, quote, creepy. To send a kiss, users need to download a mobile phone app, plug the device into their phone's charging port. After pairing with their partners in the app, couples can start a video call, transmit replicas of their kisses to each other. The device also allows users to pair up anonymously with strangers in the, quote, kissing square function of the app. If two strangers match successfully and like each other, they can ask to exchange kisses. Users can also upload their kisses in the app for others to download and experience. It's just weird.
Y'all don't have video open, but Tyler's showing the photo of it. That is
you kidding me?
Bizarre. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, it's been a good world. It's been a good run.
And you know,
I don't think we're going to survive this generation.
I agree. And I watch older movies, and the adults in the room say the same thing about generations from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. It is so different, though. It really is.
Yeah.
But
it's not old us talking. It really is.
But parents in the 80s said it. It's just so different now. These kids and and they're
These kids and their kissing machines.
These kids and their George Michaels, loving them, and
Michael.
No, I saw something the other day where, and I forgot what the percentage was, but it was like 800,000 people between the ages of like 18 and 25 just aren't working because they don't want to work.
Now, say that again.
It was like 800,000 people between 18 and 25 that just aren't working.
770,000.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
So they're able to work.
It's after COVID. They've just elected, hey, look, government will pay me. I'm not going to go back to work.
Huh.
That is something that is new in society.
Yeah.
The
work ethic is very different.
There's always been a portion of society that had no work ethic. That number has increased.
It has increased,
and I think
that scares me a lot more than a kissing machine.
Well, and
by the way, that machine's not going to be used for kissing.
No, and the lack of respect. I cannot recall. I know there were some incidents probably here and there, and social media does, it really magnifies everything. But I can never recall a student attacking a teacher. I don't remember any stories about it, and it happens all the time now. So again, lack of respect, lack of work ethic. We're sounding like Clint Eastwood and
the grumpy old man on the Muppets.
Gran Torino.
Yeah.
Okay, here are some interesting movie facts for you guys. In Back to the Future, when Einstein in the car is being remote controlled by Doc, it's actually a stunt driver wearing a dog head costume.
Really? I mean, I don't guess I've ever thought about that, but yeah.
I haven't either.
I would imagine
tough to see.
That would need to be the case, though, right?
Yeah. The old stunt driver. That's pretty good driving wearing a dog head.
You guys ever seen the movie Baby Driver?
I have not.
No.
It's good. They really don't play it much anymore because Kevin Spacey's one of the main characters in it. But this is a funny part in it. In Baby Driver, the Mike Myers mask in the robbery scene actually were supposed to be the mask of Michael Myers from Halloween, but the producers were unable to obtain legal permission. Edgar Wright then reached out to comedian Mike Myers about using mask of his likeness instead. So it's funny when they show up for this robbery. The one dude is supposed to get Mike Myers' mask, and they pull out the comedian's mask, and he's like, "What in the hell did you get? I told you Michael Myers," and he's like, "This is Michael Myers."
That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, it really was.
That's all because they couldn't find the other one?
Yeah, it's a good movie, by the way.
All right.
In the credits of Star Wars Episode 1, Jabba the Hutt is credited as himself.
Well, I mean, was it robotic or what?
Yeah, it was.
There's nobody in that costume?
No. And this I don't like because this is viewed as one of the better movies of all time. And I like things to be like historically accurate.
Right.
You really ought to investigate this stuff.
It really doesn't bother me when I'm watching a movie.
It does. It bothers me when I hear a song that I know couldn't have been at
Seriously,
that time.
that
It really
bothers you?
does.
Wow, that has never bothered me watching a movie.
Well, in Shawshank, the poster of Raquel Welch from 1 million years BC couldn't have been in Andy's room. Andy escaped in 66, but the movie wasn't released until February 21st of 67.
Like, I read things like that, and that is such an iconic part of that movie. I mean, it leads to the great line, "What say you, Fuzzy Britches?"
Yeah, so
I mean, it's one of the best lines in the movie.
But they could have gotten another poster, I'm sure.
But I would say this, though: is there a chance that was a promotional video released a year before the release date in '67? That's what I would say.
I really don't know.
That's what I would say.
I mean, they might as well have just thrown Farrah Fawcett on his wall.
Yeah.
Coming up in the spring of '67, this movie.
What say you, Fuzzy Britches? And he throws that piece and it goes right through there. The looks on their faces. I love that movie, man. I love Shawshank.
It's good. It's one of those that if it's on, like I haven't watched it in its entirety in probably 2 or 3 years, but the other day it was on and I probably watched a good hour of it.
Like, did you notice the first time you watched it that when Warden Norton opens the Bible and sees the carve out for the hammer, the book is Exodus? Like the meaning behind that? Did you notice that the first time you saw it? Really?
I didn't either.
You didn't either? I always think that's just a cool thing in there.
You're going to have to explain Exodus to me.
Well, Exodus was the book that basically documents the Jewish nation
leaving and
wandering in the wilderness for 40 years, and then they finally get their freedom and their salvation. Good job, Jim. Your wife's a pastor. If you don't know Exodus, so I just
so Andy spent his time.
That's right. He's wandering in the wilderness, and he finds his freedom through the hammer. And the hammer carve out is in the first chapter of the book of Exodus.
That is one of the all-time FUs.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, everything played perfectly. I would have seen his shoes though if I was a guard.
Would you?
How often do you look at a man's shoes, Lance?
I look at shoes. I look at women's fingernails and men's shoes.
Interesting. So
not really. I do look at shoes a lot, though.
Yeah.
All right. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right's been advocating for veterans since their company began as a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being. They can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. We've made it our mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster, where you can get those hand-cut chicken fingers, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, po' boys, and of course, Southern fried chicken plates. A wonderful place to go, especially if you're ever driving down here to a place like the Flora-Bama on the coast. Just make Alabaster that destination stop to pull off, get gas, get lunch or dinner. Champy's is really close to interstate. Just throw it into the GPS, champyschicken.com, and you'll swing by there and have the best meal. It's a destination location with our man Sterling and the guys. Champyschicken.com. We're back in a moment from the Flora-Bama.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
LT's about to tell us about our friends right there at Michelson Laser Vision. Our Michelson look ahead is Jason Campbell coming up in the final hour of the show. And Big Earl, who is famous on the stage behind us here, will be part of a mystery fifth hour that we'll record right after the show, and it'll be down ready for you guys to listen to on Sunday. So we look forward to that. Our conversation with Big Earl, I promise you, it will be amazing. That'll be a mystery fifth hour podcast coming up this Sunday. Our friends at Michelson providing that look ahead there.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, you wear the glasses, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I wore contacts for about a decade. Finally went to see Dr. Mort Michelson. It's been 2 decades ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, which only took 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mort Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Write the number down, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, 205-969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Okay, I'm going to let LT be the judge here. We step away from sports briefly just to let you guys see how dysfunctional our relationships can be here sometimes. I'm going to paint a scenario for you of what happened this morning. First off, I will point out that we're in a 3-bedroom condo, and I volunteered to be in the kids' room again. Right? No problem. I'm in the kids' room.
Right.
I
rarely gets mentioned.
I don't have a private bathroom. I basically
do have a private bathroom.
You do.
It's just not attached to your room.
It's not
You have to
attached to
walk
my
out of your
room.
room.
Just behind the
water heater.
Yeah,
yes.
the water heater.
Have you guys ever stood in my private bathroom when we're down here?
Yeah, I have not.
It's well, I did go into it last night looking for soap or shampoo.
Yeah, I gave you soap or shampoo.
No, you did, but I mean that's why I called you to tell you there wasn't any.
Yeah. Okay, you walked in there. Yeah. It's not room for 2 people, so it's a small bathroom. But I'm thankful, man. I'm just happy to be part of the team.
That's right. We're glad you're along.
So I wake up today, which means I've got to leave my bedroom to go take my shower. I hear Brown in his private bathroom, sort of rustling around in there. So I give him a knock. I don't want to wake my buddy Lance because we got to be up earlier than Lance does, right? It's just what we do on the show here. So I give it a knock. He mumbles something.
I was like, "Hey,"
and I said, "Hey."
You did.
I don't have a towel.
You did.
I don't have a towel.
I'm not sure that's what you said. All I heard was, "Hey." I thought it was just Jim saying good morning, which I thought was a little weird.
Didn't have a towel is what I said.
Yeah, but I did not hear that.
So, he grumbles something back or whatever.
Well, I said good morning, I think I said.
And
I hope your day's going well.
So I'm standing outside his door thinking, well, maybe he's, on the crapper, maybe needs to pinch one off before he hands.
Well, you're not naked at this point, are you?
No, I've got my basketball trunks on.
Okay.
Thank you, Sanford. So I got my Sanford hoops trunks on, buckyball.
Running buckyball.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there outside the door and I'm waiting. Then I hear the shower come on.
Yeah.
And I think to myself, well,
I had to get clean.
I don't feel like I'm getting my towel at this point.
Never heard
so
that.
I go and shave and take care of other things in the bathroom, thinking that, well, maybe when he gets out of the shower, he will lay the towel outside my bathroom. And then
room service.
I come in. Well, I don't have my bathroom doesn't have towels.
Right.
It's not big enough to have any towels.
Browns has got a ton of beach towels.
That's right. Yeah.
Stand by. Stand by.
I've got them out on the floor, so I'm gonna walk on the cold floor.
So you have so many towels, you're walking on them. I've got no towels. So there's no towel for me.
Right.
He's using one for a pee pad now.
So I jump in the shower and literally have to dry off with the one rag that is in there, the hand towel.
Yeah.
For when you wash your hands.
It's like Steve Martin in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yes. So that little hand towel, so I get as dry as I possibly can, and I reach for my phone, and he who is now left says, "Hey, I'm going to meet Steve over at the Flora-Bama at 7:30. I'm grabbing a sandwich first." And I was like, "Fantastic, grab me one too." What do you text, Brown?
Sorry, already paid.
Sorry, just paid.
I headed to the Flora-Bama. Well, I'd already left the restaurant. And then do you know what Jim's response is? No problem. I dried off with a rag too.
First world problems down at the coast on a Tuesday.
Ignored my towel request.
I never heard it.
And then text me that he's getting a sandwich after he's already paid.
What kind of sandwich did you get?
No. Okay. So I texted before as I left because I heard his shower running. I'm like, he's going to wonder where I am. So I texted, I'm going to go get a sandwich. I got a sausage, egg, and cheese at Waffle House. The Waffle House across the street from the Flora-Bama is one of the highest grossing Waffle Houses in the world.
I was there earlier.
I'm sure you were.
You know what I discovered?
What?
First time I've ever done this. I did the hash brown, and I always get the cheese on the top. but I did mayonnaise on the side with jalapenos. It was so good.
Now I'm the idiot who came down here. I gained last time we were here. I gained 5 pounds.
Yeah, I feel like I gained 5 last night
because I ate the Waffle House every time and I bushwhackered it every turn.
Yep.
So I had just dry wheat toast from the Waffle House and a cup of black coffee, thinking that, okay, I'm going to be fine. I am starving right now. You guys have not mentioned lunch yet. Y'all talked about dinner. You have not mentioned lunch. Is there lunch in our future?
You know, here's that breakfast sandwich filled me up.
I honestly wish we could push the Invincible till 4, because I'd love to get a workout in late lunch and then have a sunset cruise. And then dinner.
A sunset cruise.
See,
you're gonna try to hold our hand.
Well, that's
if Rocky was here, he would say, "Done away with the sunset cruise."
That's the way you frame it to people that have already scheduled a 2:15. Hey,
That's
man,
right, yeah.
sunset cruise. I've never done a sunset.
I don't think
cruise.
you need to eat because you're going to throw up on the boat.
Poll question on that if you'd like to go vote on whether or not I'll throw up on the boat or not. Our friends at Champy's Chicken bring you this hour, champyschicken.com. Love those folks. Would kill right now to have one of Sterling's big chicken finger plates and all those great sides and those Mississippi Delta tamales. Thank you to Sterling and the fine crew on Highway 119 in Alabaster for riding along with us since we started this venture. In basketball last night, Armando Bacot has not been himself this year for North Carolina. But if you guys were watching North Carolina last night against Florida State, they hit 11 threes and beat Florida State on the road 77-66. West Virginia got a win on the road at Iowa State. Baylor got a good win on the road at Oklahoma State, sort of knocking Oklahoma State out of the bracket right now. But what a big win for North Carolina. And they did it without Bacot with the threes, barely keeping their hopes alive to sneak into this tournament right now.
And you know, you got to think Duke's players and John Shire have to be thinking about retribution from last year, right? That North Carolina last year, ending it all for Coach K, both at home and forever in the NCAA tournament. And here's your chance, if you're Duke, to maybe knock them out of the NCAA tournament. This is a tough spot for North Carolina coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, and I've got a feeling everybody's talking about Duke. They've won 4 in a row just like Kentucky, and they're getting right at the right time. We had Reese Davis on yesterday. He was talking about that. You look at who Duke has beaten, and they've got one quality win, in my opinion, over that 4-game stretch.
Compared to Kentucky, who has 4 in that stretch, 4-0 against 4 Q1s.
So my point was going to be, Brown, you've got NC State coming into Cameron tonight where you're 15-0. This is a dangerous game for Duke.
I mean, who's the decent team they beat in Syracuse? Is that who?
No. Game before.
Notre Dame?
No. Game after Syracuse.
Louisville?
Nope.
Virginia Tech?
Yep.
Well, I mean, Virginia Tech 6-12 in conference.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's the best of the 4 wins.
Well, I think Syracuse is the better team. But I mean, the ACC is so down this year that's the stretch of basketball they've played.
Yeah.
Notre Dame, Syracuse, Louisville, Virginia
That's
Tech.
why I'm not buying it.
I know when everybody says, here comes Duke, they're beating nobodies. They're beating the dregs of that conference. And it's a bad conference this year.
They could lose tonight at home to NC State, which would be a bad loss for them.
Yeah, absolutely they could.
That's a tough game tonight. That's part of the college basketball slate this evening. 6 o'clock on ESPN with NC State and Duke. 6 o'clock on ESPN2 with Iowa and Indiana.
What are you laughing at?
A little slurpy sound there with your Coke.
I'm at the bottom.
Yeah. I share it with everybody, right? A Coke and a smile from Brownie. Arkansas and Tennessee, 8 o'clock on ESPN2. And San Diego State and Boise with implications, 8 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network. When we come back, we'll get into 4 downs. And we also have Jason Campbell in that final hour of the show from the beautiful Flora-Bama. The show being brought to you today by our friends right there at Slice Pizza. Slice getting you ready for the weekend as well. A great place to maybe, it's sort of time to, spring's in the air. Maybe you're asking that special someone out on the first date. You're in high school or college. Great place to go is Slice for a little first date action.
Yeah, hey, local pizza, local ingredients, great beer selection. Your daughter actually works at the one in Vestavia.
Absolutely.
For the Bajaya brothers, great guys. The late Jeff, really good friend, created this concept. Jason and Chris continue to run it. 4 locations now, the original in Lakeview, the one in Vestavia I was talking about, one in Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. We broadcasted from there live last Thursday. Fantastic specialty pizzas from the Hot Mama, the Wing and a Prayer, Soul Pie. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the next round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And today, our Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio is the Flora-Bama down here in the main stage area, the dome, if you will, with a new rack of, no play on words there, bras being distributed up on the high wires in this beautiful venue of great music since the mid-1960s, the Flora-Bama down on the Gulf Coast on a beautiful day. We're here Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If you're in the area later on Wednesday and Thursday, swing by and say hi to us. One more hour to go here today, 179 days away from week 0 in college football. We'll talk about that with the Auburn Tigers in just a second. Part of the show is being brought to you by our buddy Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City wants to take care of your house right now. For a lot of us, it is our biggest financial investment in the world, and Greg Nelson wants to protect that home. He can do that with a free, no-cost roof inspection. He's been offering this for a long, long time. All you have to do is call his cell number. This is literally the owner of the company's cell number, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. You get that free no-cost roof inspection, no obligation there. You can also look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. The best warranties in the industry, and insurance companies trust him. Locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own the company. They run it. Local crews and everything. It is our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, or just simply Greg from Pell City
on Facebook. Auburn starting spring drills yesterday. Football, Hugh Freeze, cut number 2, if you will, Tyler. Hugh Freeze getting an opportunity to talk to the media after that practice, just after 6 o'clock. You've heard him talk about the quarterbacks being hungry. You've heard him talk about actually a lot more talented once they got on the field, more athletic than he thought the team was when he was watching them on tape. So he was very positive after the first practice about that. But one thing's for sure, as you hear right here from Hugh Freeze, he's trying to establish a new way of doing it, a new way, a new work ethic, a new swagger, a new way of doing business in Auburn football, and it started yesterday.
And I think the biggest thing is them understanding how we want to practice, and it's totally different. Not that it's right or wrong or better than somebody else does. It's just the way we do that, and it's a frantic pace, and they're swimming a little bit in day one, looking around, where do I go next? What do I do next? And no matter how many times you go through the practice schedule with them like we have the last 2 weeks, they're still going to be, all right, this is the first time we've been on those 2 fields, and the horn blows, and everybody's screaming and yelling, and they're trying to figure out where they go, and they'll get that. And I think that was the biggest thing for me, is establishing the tempo to which we want to practice and the effort to which we want to do it.
So that's Hugh Freeze yesterday after the Auburn practice. Other headlines include Auburn basketball looking pretty good, relatively speaking, in bracketology today. New from Lenardi and from the field of 68 has Auburn a 10 seed in the field of 68, 11, but not yet in a play-in situation over in Lenardi's bracket. Big game for Auburn at Alabama coming up Wednesday night. Alabama's the number 1 overall seed in every bracket that I saw this morning. So still Alabama looking good. Tennessee, a 3 seed. Kentucky in the 6 neighborhood. Arkansas's in, A&M's in, Missouri's in, and even Mississippi State now playing their way into a more secure location. And Mississippi State with a little schedule, little lighter schedule this week than some.
I want to go back to Hugh Freeze because, it was that frantic pace was one of the first times, Gus Malzahn was doing it at Auburn a little bit, and then Hugh Freeze at Ole Miss that started, giving Nick Saban trouble at Alabama and kind of forcing him to respond. You wonder if Hugh Freeze can recapture that type of, it's the way he coaches, that type of tempo and that type of offense at Auburn.
But a decade later,
a lot of people are doing it.
Yeah, is it as jarring now as it was back then?
It's not as difficult on defense. Well, I'm not going to say it's not as difficult on defense, but you are seeing it more. But at the time, Malzahn was doing it. Art Briles was doing it at Baylor.
Chip Kelly
was doing it at Oregon. Hugh Freeze was doing it at Ole Miss.
Yeah, see, and Chip Kelly really hasn't. Look, last year's UCLA team was pretty good. They weren't great. He hasn't been able to replicate even close to what he had at Oregon.
Yeah. So I don't know, Jim. I don't, I think that's, and I don't know that Hugh Freeze wants it to look exactly like it looked at Ole Miss, obviously, but it was a unique offense at the time. But you're right. The calendar has flipped a few times since then, and more people have embraced that style.
Yeah. Just look at the way Alabama recruits defensively. Their 14 and 15 defense was a lot heavier and slower in the trenches. Now they're sort of recruiting guys designed to play that style of football, but that doesn't mean Hugh's not going to be uber successful down at Auburn. I don't know if it's going to be because of speed and just the fact that he's a good football coach. Look forward to seeing what Auburn does the rest of spring and as everyone else gets back on the practice field. That includes Missouri, who has got a little bit of a quarterback problem in the spring. Brady Cook coming off a labrum issue that limited him during the regular season. He's not yet ready to throw. And their other 4-star quarterback, Sam Horn, has a forearm strain, pitching baseball this past weekend for the University of Missouri. Had to leave the game. Ends up good news. It's only a forearm strain, but he's not going to be throwing anytime soon in football practice either. That's good news for Jake Garcia, who's going to get some practices.
Is this when Saban would have said baseball's over?
That's right.
All right.
In fact, we're canceling the program.
I told you once you finish practice.
There'll be no more baseball program here at Alabama.
And that is our football headlines here. Time for 4 downs right now. Vulcan Tires brings you our 4 downs. They do it every day here on the show. The great folks at Vulcan Tires, not just tire service, though they're the best in the business at that. They'll do it bumper to bumper service for you.
4 locations, including that newest location in Pell City. Make sure you get in and make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. Dead battery is not going to get you to that destination. before your next road trip this winter. Take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across the Birmingham area. You can find out more about what all they can do for you and your vehicle. Go to vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
Okay, who's the head coach first? Garrett Riley or Tommy Rees?
I'm going to go Garrett Riley here. I think he'll be maybe even a one-and-done situation if Clemson has the year that I think they could have up there with Klubnik at quarterback. I could see Garrett Riley with the fact that his brother is so successful, and I'm not necessarily saying he would jump at a Power 5 job. I think Tommy Rees at age 30 is going to be in Tuscaloosa at least 2 years. But I can see Garrett Riley go one and done and bounce to be a head coach, mainly because of his last name.
I think Garrett Riley's going to work out, Brown. But if I'm Garrett Riley, I am waiting on a really good job.
I would too. I'm just trying to think of what might come open. Like if he goes and kills it at Clemson this year, the type of job that might come open for him.
Texas A&M.
That's where we're always going to start.
You always go there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's go west. Let's go Justin Wilcox at Cal.
God, I would not take the Cal job.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But yes, it could open. But if I'm Clemson offensive coordinator, I got a better job than being the Cal head coach. So I'm not taking that one.
Stanford just changed, so I wouldn't say Stanford would open up.
I wouldn't have had interest.
You could start jumping around. I think the guy at Boston College is probably in trouble.
I mean, Jeff Hafley.
Yeah, but I'd keep the Clemson job. I mean, I'm saying you have yet to name me one that I'm like, okay, obvious upgrade from Clemson offensive coordinator. Like, would you rather be the Boston College head coach or the Clemson OC?
I think Clemson OC.
I think I would too, because I feel like I'm going to continue to be successful there, and
Well,
I'll eventually fall into a better job than Boston
Extremely young, got a great name now because of his brother.
Yep.
And you're going to make a ton of money at Clemson.
You are.
No rush.
And if I want to coach, I mean, if he wants to be an SEC coach, I don't even know. I mean, we've talked about it. Most of the SEC is, but I mean, let's say it flips on Eli Drinkwitz. Would you be the Missouri coach or the Clemson OC?
Missouri.
Second down.
Starts to make me think.
Yeah. There's only 14, soon to be 16 head coaching jobs in the SEC.
Yeah, and and that's one thing. Like Oklahoma or Texas could come open. Oklahoma, do you think it hurts him that Venables came from Clemson and failed? If Oklahoma does come open,
No, it hurts him.
Riley left.
Lincoln Riley left.
Yeah,
I mean, no chance.
It's not. I mean, you say that, but
No
I mean, at
chance.
some point, if you think he's the best candidate, you got to swallow that one. And then you.
What about Iowa State? If Matt Campbell finally moves on.
I mean, that has been a graveyard of a program.
Yeah, I don't think I'd take it.
I don't think I would
Because
either.
I don't think you can do as good of a job
That's
as Matt
right.
Campbell did.
I'm following the man. I mean, there are very few jobs I'd leave the Clemson OC to take. I think that's what we're establishing here. Like, in fact, even legit ACC jobs that could come open, Syracuse. Would you take that over
Nope.
Clemson? I don't think I would either. Louisville just changed. NC State seems comfortable. Wake is comfortable. You mentioned BC.
North Carolina,
I think
Mac Brown.
if Mac Brown retires,
Yeah.
North Carolina will get my attention.
Yeah, I would take that.
Yeah. So there's probably that's probably the line, but then everything else is pretty solid. Miami's just year 2, Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech, how long has that guy been there? 2 years now?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a tricky year if he's
Brent Pry.
If he's 1-8 in the league again or 1-7 in the league again.
But there again, I look at that and I'm like, no, since Frank Beamer left, nobody's been able to win there. Why am I going to? I mean, I just think you got to be super picky if you're him.
That was a long down.
Yeah, it was.
Second down.
It's my fault. I went deep.
Second down.
There you go.
There it is. Weekday of birthdays. Jason Aldean is 46. If I asked you better career, Aldean or John Calipari?
Better career?
Yeah.
John Calipari.
I think Aldean's got like 25 number one
You're gonna
hits.
force me to do this with Jason Aldean. I've eaten in his restaurant. I don't know, I don't have offhand like his career accomplishments here.
But if I name right now,
he used to also crush an American Idol, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, so that's 10 best college basketball coaches right now, 10 best country music artists right now.
I don't know if
I don't think Aldean makes it. I think Calipari's probably in there.
Oh, I think he is.
Yeah. So I'm going to go Calipari.
Calipari's never been on Flora-Bama radio. I
That
bet
is
Jason
true.
Aldean has.
But I like Jason Aldean, but I don't love Jason Aldean. One national championship at Kentucky,
And that's going to be a Grammy, and he's been nominated for 5 and has not won one.
Okay.
So.
Well, how many number ones? I'm just wondering. Again, I would go Calipari too because I don't really know much about Jason Aldean.
Third
Should say in his opening bio.
Yeah.
I mean, normally it would.
Does it really?
Yeah. I mean, that's the way the artists typically do. They want that big brag up front.
Yeah. 27 of his 38 singles have reached number 1 on Hot Country Songs or Country Airplay. So that's the country number 1. 27 of 38. That's
pretty good.
Pretty good number right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like Jason Aldean. I still would go Calipari.
I think I'm going to go Cal.
Yeah. Third down.
Third down.
So this gets a little trickier. Luka Doncic, 24 today. If I asked you ultimately better career, Doncic or Joe Burrow?
He's only 24.
Yeah.
He's squeezed a lot in those 24 years.
Has he played in the NBA 7 years already? 6 years? It feels
5.
like it.
Yeah.
It feels like it. So he's 24. So it's Luka and who?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. Career to this point or all time?
I'm just saying when it's all said and done.
Joe Burrow. I mean, football is king in America. First of all, he's an American.
Wow.
Well, I mean, he is.
Well, he is.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not sure it's relevant to this argument.
Well, I mean, I think Americans like Americans
see
more
his-
than they like Porters.
You see his left chest there?
I did. Jimmy America going hard for
Wow.
Joey football.
Joe Burrow has played for a championship already.
Luke hasn't sniffed one.
Yeah,
You know, and
won
this
one in college, which resonates with a lot of people.
Kyrie Irving trade, I don't know how this is going to work out. They're going to need more of a support cast. Just it hasn't looked great early on. So I would go Burrow based on the fact that I think Burrow will win a Super Bowl or 2. I don't know if Luka's ever going to see the finals.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go Joe Burrow in this one. It is hard to believe Luka's only 24, though, to Dunaway's point. That guy has worked a lot in those years.
Yeah, I'm going to go Joe Burrow as well.
Fourth down.
Do you guys remember the name Allie Larder?
I do, but I don't remember why.
She was a let me see. Don't tell me if I'm wrong. Let me tell you the story. Allie Lauder was a snowboarder in the Winter Olympics. A silver medalist, fell near the end, but still got silver. Later on, did chapstick commercials.
I'm going to say Allie Larder was in Party of 5 or something like that.
Brown is closer.
I can't remember what
Allie
she was in.
Larder is 47 today. She was the girl in Varsity Blues with
Varsity
the
Blues.
whipped cream bikini.
Yeah, Varsity
Love
Blues.
her.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if I ask you,
Love her.
better.
Way the narrative you created for her false identity, though, is phenomenal.
I like the chapstick.
Chapstick. What's the capper?
Better scene, the whipped cream scene and Varsity Blues, or Wild Things, the pool scene with Nev Campbell and Denise Richards?
Well, I got a little bit more in the pool scene.
Yep.
Yeah, but my imagination, I'm going to go with the whipped cream. And to tie my imaginary story and the real story together, I would go after that whipped cream so hard I would need the chapsticks.
My
Jesus.
God.
Dunaway, what's in that cup?
Dunaway. You hadn't had a bushwhacker yet.
Let me pull up around here.
But you know what Dunaway did? You know what Dunaway did the last break? I went and got a refill, and he sat here on his fat butt. And when I came back, you know what he said, Lance?
Just planning out the next segment.
He goes-
Don't worry about
he
me.
goes, "You go get a refill?"
I am a little surprised you didn't get you a refill.
Well, I brought him the original
Thank you.
drink.
I'm more surprised you didn't give me a towel.
Yes.
But the refill was at least you could do after you stone cold me out of a sandwich.
I'm going to push you off this boat.
That is our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 downs today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, hey, winter time. Do not get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes toll on car batteries. Keep that car starting strong every single time with a battery check from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter the weather. They are who we at the Next Round trust with our vehicles. Locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them that the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Jason Campbell coming up here at 12:35.
He's had a flat tire. He just texted me. No joke.
Oh, perfect time. Does he know where Vulcan is? He close to one of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire?
I don't know where Jason is right now, but I'll tell him Vulcan Tire and
Yeah,
Automotive.
that was spot on.
Yeah.
That's really weird, but no, he just texted me.
Tell him before he gets the
tell him to put the hood up and call us.
And he said, I'm at the tire place already. He said, I'll keep you posted. I'm going to say it's very yellow light right there. I would not want to deal with this crap when I had a flat tire. What? Dude had a flat tire. At least he thought enough to text us and give us a heads up.
Yeah, I think we've got Big Earl coming up anyway.
All right. We will talk to somebody coming up a little bit later on in one of these great segments, and that's sometimes hard to tease ahead to.
Well, I mean, my God, Dunaway, I'm sorry the guy had a flat tire. I'll tell him you had it on the sheet, though, so he needs to ignore the flat tire and do the interview.
Well, I mean, Jason Campbell, he's been flushed out of the pocket. You don't think he can still complete the interview?
Hey, Brown, look at that flyer behind you. Is that the last thing you'd want to do?
What? It's the Flora-Bama Beach Run for America's Warriors. It's for America's Warriors.
Okay, that's a good cause, no doubt. Would you want to do the beach run though?
No, it's a 5K on the sand.
That is one of the hardest things to do is running on the beach.
Half marathon and 5K on the sand.
I'm going to send I'm going to send this picture to Forrester real quick so he can put it up there in the next segment.
Hey, is that Gronk chasing down a co-ed?
That's what I was about to say. Just so you guys can see it. The guy chasing the girl is running a lot more aggressive than she is.
He's got open hands.
By the way,
that could be the new Flora-Bama logo, right?
She's running. He's a perpetrator.
Yeah.
Is what he is.
Yeah.
I'll let you see that flyer. I'll send it to Forrester.
That really
right now.
is interesting.
He is aggressive. He is Usain Bolt, and she's just a mom out for a jog. We're at the beautiful Flora-Bama, and we're back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you at the beautiful Flora-Bama. Coming up is the 10th annual Beach Run for America's Warriors down here. Great calls. 100% of the registration fees go to the Special Operations Warrior Foundation. Saturday, March 18th is a half marathon 5K race on the sand. A lot of great events here at the Flora-Bama, so that's another great one coming up here in a second. But whoever put the flyer together, hats off, because
Hats off.
I mean, look at this. We've got the picture. Forrester's going to show you the flyer. It's obviously co-ed, men and women both running, but the men chasing the women a lot harder in the stock photo there. I mean,
she needs a can of mace in her hand,
yeah.
or freaking whistle.
Yeah, she needs to be blowing the whistle right now because that guy is chasing her down. That is coming up here at the Flora-Bama. It's a great cause, and you can go help them out.
I'm more interested in the Boozy Bee, the spelling bee coming up Sunday, March 12th, where they get you hammered and you have to spell a bunch of words.
Something we're not good at anyway to start with. Jason Campbell and or Big Earl coming up at some point. One of them will talk about Auburn spring football if he joins us.
Hey, are we borderline Dickie Dunaway today? Bro,
I mean, I don't know why he's acting the way he is. Just do the show. What are we going to talk about here?
I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, I mean, you're upset at Jason Campbell for literally
not
having a flat tire. You've mentioned it like 5 times.
There he is. There's my man.
I'm just letting people know that either Jason Campbell will be
I've already told you he's not going to be on.
Or we'll talk to Big Earl next segment
right.
about not Auburn football.
Yeah.
We'll talk about him with everything else going on, about how he does his shows here at the Flora-Bama on this great stage. Couple of things before we take our next break. The XFL, which has been boring as hell to me so far, I'll be honest. I've tried to watch.
Have you watched a game?
I haven't even tried. I've had it on a secondary TV, but
I've not seen one play.
I've tried to turn it on twice, and I watched 1 or 2 plays, and I'm just not interested in it yet. Can't wait for the USFL to come back because I feel like I'll be missing football by then. But the XFL is doing something that I think was it the Alliance that did this, that tried the 4th and 15 onside kick?
I think that's right. And actually, the XFL might have started it way back their first, rendition
or
of the
their
XFL,
second one,
or their second, whatever one it was. But the one that Birmingham Iron was in, whatever that was called, actually did it. And it is a play that I think should come into football. I think this is one of the rules that all levels of football should adopt.
Well, that is what I'm bringing it up for, because at the NFL Combines in Indianapolis, they're also the competition committees meeting, or the NFL does some business while they're all in Indianapolis, and they're looking at 2 immediate things that are of interest to them. The 4th and 15 onside kick, right? That's one. The other, after what we saw in the NFC Championship game, is dressing a third quarterback.
Right, which you've got to do.
Expand the roster and dress a third quarterback, but that's out-of-pocket money for the owners. But,
right.
They're going to consider that. And then one I would like, it's weird to watch. It is weird to watch, and I've never seen a kickoff in the XFL yet, but I've seen video. I've not seen one live, but where you're lined up downfield, even the opposing team, and you kick the ball basically over everybody's head. And then once the ball is touched,
that's right. They can't move.
Then everybody starts their play. And
it's supposed to increase the likelihood of kick returns,
and but also less injuries.
There's less injuries, but they think you might have some more exciting kickoffs, and not everybody's just going to take touchbacks anymore. I like the action play for the onside kick. Now, when I bring this up on Twitter, a lot of people say they want the onside kick to be hard to get. Well, I know it was during, I think, the AFC Championship game, they showed the stat that onside kicks are like 3 out of 68 this year were recovered in the NFL. So it has become impossible to get an onside kick. So if you're down 2 scores late, your game is pretty much over.
That's right.
So, I mean, I wouldn't mind the idea of the action play, which is, I think, what they called that. And it's like a 4th and 15, for those that don't know. It's basically treated like a 4th and 15. If you pick up all 15 yards, you keep the ball and keep moving. It was one of the plays A.J. McCarron used in that first comeback. So you keep the ball from wherever you are, and your drive keeps going just like you just picked up a first down. I would prefer that over an onside kick.
Even if it means you're if you're the team you've earned it through normal football, a 2-score lead, giving them an opportunity to continue that comeback.
I think it makes the game more exciting, but I mean, it's the same for everybody. Like, you could do the same thing. Now, what it might take away, and I don't know that it would take it away. I mean, I would still want the ability for a surprise onside kick. Like, I'm not saying eliminate the onside kick at all, because there are sometimes you can. I mean, Alabama won a national championship in large part because of a surprise onside kick once. So keep that in the game too. But I think you should have the option of running the action play after. And Dunaway, you might just only do it after any score inside of 4 minutes or something. I don't know, but I like the idea.
But the onside kick, it is impossible, but it is such a part of the game.
It is, but I would like it not to be a part of the game anymore, because it's impossible for you to get it. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends who bring us Brother Kane, who's coming to town. I mean, just a few years ago, loved Brother Kane, and now we get a chance to hear actually a guy in studio this Friday.
Yeah. Damon Johnson is going to be in studio with us Friday at 11 o'clock. That's the plan right now. But one of our favorite venues, Iron City, this Friday night, Code R Productions presents Brother Kane this Friday, March 3rd with Suburban Love Junkies. I know those guys well, too. This is going to be a great act. Limited number of tickets are available at IronCityBham.com. Again, Code R Productions presents Brother Kane this Friday, March 3rd with the Suburban Love Junkies. It's right there at Iron City. To get those limited tickets, go to IronCityBham.com.
Honest to goodness, where our set is set up here today, it's like we're doing one of those retro shows after somebody's career's over with. We're set up here. The guy who's going to be in the next segment has made so many memories on the stage behind us. So it's almost like we're at a presidential museum and we're going to be honoring a dead president in our next segment.
I have seen some of the, I'll save it.
But the guy who performs on this stage more often than not also is the guy who allowed Lance to sing not once, but twice right here on this part of the stage. We'll talk to Big Earl next, live from the Flora-Bama, brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, getting you into the games tonight.
It is Jimmy D. All the big games at mybookie.ag. Code next round at mybookie.ag. And you can claim a bonus of up to $2,000 when you use that code next round, mybookie.ag, code next round. And here's the key is you don't have to bet it like 5 times, 10 times, whatever the case might be. You'd have to do that a lot of places. Not mybookie.ag. One bet, it is yours forever. All the big games, college basketball, the NBA, UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments, the XFL, everything is right there at mybookie.ag. Whether you're betting to make money or you're just betting to keep it more interesting, you can bet it at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, mybookie.ag. Do not forget code next round. Code next round when you sign up at mybookie.ag to get that deposit bonus up to $2,000. mybookie.ag, code next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Back with you at the Flora-Bama. We're in the Dome, or as some of us call it, the Bra Room. And a new set of bras are starting to make their way up there. It starts on January 1st and builds to December 31st. And one man responsible for a lot of those bras being up there is about to join us on the show. He's Big Earl. And apparently Big Earl is good at camisoles and one pair of panties too up there. So we'll hear from Big Earl in a second after LT tells us about our friends at Harbin's Outdoors.
Yeah, Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all from the install to the lighting and the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs, 205-300-0718.
Do you have on your playlist, like right before the set list, one that has a panties icon that you know that's going to get the panties up on the rafter?
Oh, that's just about all of my stuff. The one thing that will guarantee get the bra on the rafters is called bushwhackers.
Yeah, you're right. So you've got the titty wheel, and we have a next round sticker was on there. It's probably been peeled off since.
Yeah.
Why'd you take our sticker off, Earl?
Well, we have culture here.
Oh, okay. But I have seen some of the worst titties probably in the history of mankind on your show.
Yeah, well, tell your sister I miss her. Come on down again. We had a great time that night.
This is the most politically correct man I know, by the way.
Yeah, you offend everybody.
Hey, listen, I'll tell them, if you're not offended, please be patient. I start with myself and work the whole room.
You know, I didn't realize, and so the first time I met you, Bruce Ayers was here, and I know you and Bruce got a really good relationship.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
We go way back with Bruce in the comedy club. And I was talking to Dina yesterday on the way down, and she told me you were in town February 3rd, sold the joint out. I had no idea. Because
Yeah.
Bruce was so excited about bringing you to that venue for you to do your entire show. Because, I mean, you've seen it, right, Dunaway?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a full comedy show, but it's a full band. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, how do you put it best?
Just like you said, I mean, I don't consider myself a comedian. I just do stupid crap while I'm up there. But the band's good. I got a good band. I'm the worst one in the band. But they let me pretty much do what I want to, like Flora-Bama does. But we went up here to Stardome, single the first time by myself, and it went good. So we went back with the whole band, took out the chairs in the middle, hung up a few bras, and brought down the wheel, and we had a blast that night.
Damn, wish we would have been there. Yeah.
Thanks for calling us.
It was funny.
We thought since he'd sung 2 songs with you, you'd give us a call when you were in town, but apparently that's not the case.
Well, that's why I didn't call if you heard him sing that night. What's the 2 word I'm looking for? Auto-tune.
Yeah, you're right.
But the boy had passion. He had passion.
I'm a sexual biscuit now, right?
Well, yeah, you were, but you lost that when you did the second song.
Had to kick you out.
Hey, I remember when Tracy Lawrence come up here and he played one night with us, and he played all night. I mean, he had a ball, and he kept saying, "I want to be a sexual biscuit. Give me a sexual biscuit name." And I said, "Tracy, you got to earn it. You got to get up there and do 2 more songs." He did come up and do 2 more. what's my name? I said, nah, get up and do 2 more. I had him singing all night. I didn't have to do anything. Finally, we named him Hard Biscuit. And so then after that, he's had us playing at his house for 2 years in a row now for his wife's birthday party. And you know what? And he hired us again. And you know why? I've found out why he hired us to play at his wife's birthday party. Because the theme of the party was called White Trash Party. I thought, what the hell?
So can anybody hire you? I mean, if you go to, it's alabamabiggearl.com.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's booking information there. So like if we wanted to have you for a bar mitzvah, we could do that.
Yeah. I do bar. I don't do weddings. I don't care what it pays. I'm not doing any weddings.
Why is that?
Why? I hate them. I mean, they suck. I mean, you get up there and one little thing goes wrong, and here comes the mama up there. Got to let the band know about it. The catering not good. The flowers, and I'm not playing electric slide for nobody or none of that stuff. Those days are over. I'm an artiste. I do songs about relationship with animals and stuff like that.
So you've got a Hot Skillet podcast, the Dive Bar Cafes every Friday at noon on Flora-Bama Radio.
That's right. That's right.
You perform every Friday and Saturday, basically here
for 28 years.
And you created the masterpiece. I mean, there's Stairway to Heaven. Give me some other crazy, some other great songs. But Poontang on the Pontoon is one of the all-time American classics, right?
That's a classic. You know, I wrote that from the heart. And every now and then you do something that you do for the ladies. And that was, I wrote that on Robson Island one day when I saw a pontoon come up and it's full of ladies on there. And I thought, whoa, this is too easy.
It was a light bulb. It was like, boom,
Yeah.
okay.
And then probably Get Out of the Left Lane is.
Yeah, I've heard you do that one.
Yeah, there's about 6,000 videos on TikTok using that song.
That's what Steve told me the night last time we were here, the Army Navy game. That night you were doing it, and you did that song. And Steve Powers here at the Flora-Bama said that I think at last count there were 6,500 TikTok videos using your song.
Dude, I'm making hundreds of dollars every year.
Yeah, everybody thinks you get loaded when stuff goes viral online. We've learned the opposite here. Yeah.
Can you see when you're looking down at the crowd as you're doing your show? Are you able to pick out virgins, not real virgins, but the ones that are the first ones
at your show?
Yeah, there's no such thing at the Flora-Bama.
Can you pick out?
They might show up a virgin.
Can you pick out somebody who's never seen your show before?
They usually have the mouth wide open and trying to get their ass to the door. But yeah, you could pretty much pick them out. A lot of people bring, well, you know, a lot of the locals come here not just to see me, because they've seen me so much, but it's to see the people that haven't seen me, and sometimes to hear the hate emails I read off stage.
Oh, hey, so where we're sitting, and we've been fortunate enough, Steve gets us on the side over here to watch you.
Yeah.
But I watched the crowd the second time, and you offended some girl in this back booth so bad. And have you ever had a guy like want to fight you?
No, I had one snowbird want to fight me one time over a song I wrote, but you know, he didn't think it's politically correct, but you know, he liked the Republican song when I bashed him, but he didn't like the Democrat song when I bashed him. But I've never had a guy come up like, you know, usually if I pick on a woman with a guy, he's usually a midget or something, so I can take him. I'm not a dummy. No, you know, if you got to say something good about him right after you say something bad, but make fun of yourself first, you know. But now I will say one girl got a little PO'd at me last time when I looked at her and I said, "Girl, I've been looking for someone that's got a nice butt, cute face, gorgeous body." I said, She's over there smiling. I said, "Could you tap that girl behind you and tell her?" and now she didn't think that's funny. But,
So, I mean, comedy obviously just comes natural to you, though. I mean, you're just one of these sarcastic guys that it just rolls off the tongue. And I mean, when did you know that you were funny? Was it, grade school?
Well, you know,
'cause I bet you were a terrible student.
Oh, I was terrible.
Yeah.
I was a terrible student.
Where did you grow up?
Dardanelle, Arkansas.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah.
I always assumed you were from, this area.
No, I'm from John Daly's town. Matter of fact.
Have you ever partied with John Daly?
No, I haven't. But his sister I have. We graduated together. There's 89 of us. And she was my first girlfriend when I was 15 until she, well, never mind. But said on radio.
I understand, yes.
Yeah. But anyway, but I coached John. And
she looks better than John, though, right?
Well, Like I was saying, no, she does. She does. But I coached John in Little League baseball when I was in high school in his Little League, and I didn't know he played golf until she called me one day. And said, "Oh, John driving all night to the tournament over there." But yeah, he's something else. I get all the stories from my buddy. He went back and bought his golf course in Dardanelle. He likes to have a cocktail.
He would love your show. I can't believe he's never been here.
Well, he would come here. I bet you if I asked him to sing, because he loves.
Oh,
playing
no,
golf.
yeah.
He's pretty good. He's really good, right?
Yeah, he is.
Because when he's in Birmingham for the Champions Tour, Taylor Hicks, our buddy Taylor.
Yeah.
He and Taylor play a lot at Taylor's restaurant. And I mean,
I don't know if I've heard him sing, but he's pretty good at picking.
Yeah,
right?
he's a good singer too.
Yeah, he and Taylor sing a lot together. Yeah.
Yeah, if you ask him to like come into a golf clinic for X amount of dollars, he's not interested. But say, hey, we want you to play music, he'll come up for
That's right. Yeah.
hardly nothing.
Yeah.
He loves playing. He's a good guy. He's a fun guy from what I hear. I met him when he was real young. But
Well, you're a golfer. When he's out there, he actually drinks vodka.
oh yeah.
I mean, the last time we were out there, I was watching him. Didn't you play with him, Brown?
I played 18 holes with Daly. And
Wasn't he drinking vodka?
Yeah. Well, our friends at Redmont Vodka sponsored the 7th hole.
Uh-huh.
And when we got to the 7th hole, he said, "Boys, we finally made it. The game starts now." And he loaded up, and I think that was the rest of the round.
Wow, was he barefooted?
No, this
Shirtless?
was at the Champions Tour event. It was the Pro-Am.
Oh.
And he was, he was trying. I mean, it was a Pro-Am. We were just out there having fun. But it was me, him, Mike Mills, the bassist for REM, Wimp Sanderson that used to coach at Alabama,
Wow.
and I'm trying to remember who our other person
Taylor
was.
Hicks.
Oh, yeah, Taylor. That's
Yeah.
right, Taylor Hicks. And so, I mean, we knew we weren't going to win the thing. We were just out there having fun. But I mean, no, he played it normal. No, he kept the shoes on and hit most of the shots.
Yeah. How brave were you though to date a girl and the family motto is grip it and rip it? That's a pretty brave guy you are.
That's another story. Grip it, rip it.
I mean,
I'm a terrible golfer.
Hey, if you ever need me to go and write your stuff on tour,
I'll remember that.
But you play a lot though.
No,
that's what I've heard. I heard you play all the
So
time.
that was your excuse for not coming on last
I
time.
play once a year. I lied to you guys.
Okay, I figured.
I play once a year. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. You know who I'd love to see play golf together? I'd pay any kind of money. Is John Daly and David Allen Cole. I played with David Allen Cole one time.
Golf or music?
Well, music too. I
Okay.
played guitar with him for a while.
Yep.
But I went out and golfing with him one time, and my brother played music with him also. For one show, we went out golfing the next day, and my brother quit. He said, "I'm not playing with this idiot." He walked off the course and left. He was out there looking for bugs and stuff, holding up about 8 cars, just looking for bugs, walking around. Just it was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Were you a David Allen Coe type?
No, you say type?
Yeah, tight.
Oh, tight. Oh, well, no, we weren't tight. Everything was third person with him.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you like coming over here and seeing David Allen Cole? Get David Allen Cole a sandwich.
Where does he live?
In his bus somewhere.
Yeah.
Wow.
Last I heard, but he used to live in a cave in Missouri with his 3 wives, years ago, and but when I was with him playing for a while, it was I said I'd help him out a few shows and stayed a little longer, but he's something else. I told him when I first played with him, I was writing charts, and I went to his hotel room to ask him what songs he was going to open up with, and he wouldn't answer. I could hear him and Jody in there, his wife, talking. So I went back to the band and said, "Why didn't David answer in the door?" He said, "Well, did you do the secret knock?" I said, "Well, I was unaware of the secret knock." He said, "Well, the secret knock is." I said, "Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Harder." He said, "No." I said, "What?" He said, "David Allen Cole."
Oh my
So
gosh.
I went there and did that, and he opened the door. I want to see David Allen Cole. Okay, roll tide.
Big Earl hanging out with us, AlabamaBigEarl.com. You can book him unless it's for a wedding, and that's not going to happen. He's got the Hot Skillet podcast, Dive Bar Cafe every Friday at noon on Flora-Bama Radio. So we have just fallen in love with this place. We've been coming for years, but we got an opportunity. Paul Register brought us down to introduce us, Steve Powers, and we've worn our welcome out. This is the third time we've been down. I think it's 6 months, right?
About like that, yes.
But there's no place like the Flora-Bama. You've played a million bars, and I mean, is there anything that even comes close, remotely close to this place?
I can't think of any place. And I have, my age, I've played them all. It seemed like, from the early '90s, and I had my record deal in Nashville, going all over to every place. We have so many people, major artists that want to play here, just say they played here. I mean, they come in all the time. Hey, can we play? Sure. It's a best crowd that you're going to find anywhere. It's just a history of this place. Most bars will last 6-7 years, and then they got to revamp, rename, remodel. But something iconic like this is crazy. You were talking about the brawls. I mean, they fill up fast, and then what they do with them, a lot of people don't know, they have them cleaned and give them to women's shelters.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they take. I didn't know brawls were that expensive.
Yeah, that's the wild thing about this place is what people don't realize is how charitable they are.
Oh,
because a lot of people beat their chest about it, and the Flora-Bama doesn't. But I am constantly finding out charities they were involved in and how generous this
like the
is.
tops of bottles. I did a show from the bottle room, and they were telling me that they use some of those tops to build playgrounds for kids.
Yeah, they're into everything. I mean, they have so many fundraisers here. I would like to know how many millions of dollars they've given since 1964. No one knows, because they don't keep track of it. I'm sure on some of their 501c stuff they do in the later years, but gosh, during all that parking money that during mullet toss and it's just millions of dollars.
Yeah,
Gotta be.
We saw Dallas Moore, who's kind of an outlaw country guy in the Midwest. Yeah, he's really good. We saw him the first time we were down here, and Paul was telling us that he and his band planned their family vacation. They book them for, I guess, a week or 5 days or whatever, and they do their family vacation here at the beach. And they're like, we're just going to come play the Bama, and that's our family vacation. It's really cool the way this place is viewed from outside. I mean, we're so accustomed to it because we grew up around here.
Yeah.
But the way it's viewed nationally is insane. I just talked to a guy a minute ago from Chicago who's just in town and came to see the Flora-Bama. He's from Chicago. I'm like, you don't have this place up here, do you?
Yeah. And then,
up in Chicago. He's like, no, we don't have that.
No. And it wouldn't. Listen, I'd last about 2 minutes in Chicago.
Yes, you would.
With my routine. People come down from Chicago. They let you say that? Yeah. Well, down here, everybody's equal. Everybody's the same. We pick on everyone and have a good time. And if you can't have a good time here, I don't believe you're going to have a good time anywhere.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, they say that about me usually. I'm the stick in the mud usually, but you make me smile. I laugh my ass off anytime I see you up on the stage. So when are you here again?
This Friday and Saturday. I'm here about 3 weekends a month now, and 1 weekend a month I take off, just relax or go out of town and play. But I was here every weekend for like 27 years.
Yeah. So if I said estimated time of you waking up every day,
go ahead.
Over under 9 a.m. I'm going to say past 9 a.m. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, when I retired from my day job, all I do now is sleep, drink cocktails, and play music on the weekend.
That's not a bad life.
Yeah.
Good life.
I like it.
What was your day job?
I taught cardiac ultrasound.
You taught it?
Yeah, college kid. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Shut the hell up. Are you serious?
Yeah. I worked at a hospital for years here, and I worked for cardiology group for years. But I taught ultrasound for echosonography.
Did a lot of people know the crossover? Did they know your night gig? Really?
No.
So you're a different person to them than you are to us.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Because
you wanted to keep your job.
Yeah. I mean, my wife was a speech therapist. Well, she's not doing it now. She worked at the hospital when I did for a while. And so I'd keep my scrubs on and glasses and try to keep my mouth shut. And I can't tell you how many times people go, God, you remind me so much of this guy down at Flora-Bama.
No, are you serious?
Yeah. I hear that all
the time. Yeah, and then they were like, there's no way this could be that guy.
See, I always need an angle, though. I'd wear my scrubs here if I was you. That's always helps me start a conversation. That's what I need.
That's the way you do it. But so that's what I did. I'm done with that now. Just playing music, and no better place to do it right here at Flora-Bama.
Right. Well, when the show's over, we're going to record a mystery fifth hour with Big Earl, and he's going to tell us some really good stories. So we'll drop that probably on Sunday. be paying attention. Make sure you like and subscribe on YouTube so you get your alerts.
Yeah, zero filter. We'll put a discretion up there, but you can have at it.
All right. So zero filter mystery fifth hour coming up.
Can you do zero filter?
Every night.
Every night. Yeah.
I had to think about it, man.
The good thing is,
woke up.
yes, exactly. And we'll talk about the neti pot too.
Yeah.
I was going to tell you, it may start streaming out here in
know.
just a second. All right, one more segment to go here from the Flora-Bama as we get ready. Don't forget Flora-Bama Radio broadcasts all around the world on iHeartRadio, the app. One of the great places you get this show every day, 9 to 1 Central iHeartRadio with the best music, and you'll even hear Big Earl saying occasionally, "You're listening to Flora-Bama Radio on iHeartRadio." It's all, he does it better than that. It's all coming up. One more segment from the Flora-Bama in the Bra Room next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Final segment here of this live show from the Flora-Bama down here today, being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill Services, Adam and Chad and the crew down there. They send out Lance's pick every day from Lance's Lock. Tell us about our friends at Hemphill.
Right now, our friends at Hemphill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Part of the Tennessee case is over with. The part Alabama fans are interested in is not, and that's Jeremy Pruitt. What does the NCAA come down with today about infractions with Tennessee football?
They have basically ruled on the assistants who get a show cause, the assistants that were involved, but no ruling on Jeremy Pruitt. So what has happened today is, this is kind of new, fairly new with the NCAA, is that they will take a case that involves multiple people and they may hand down the ruling on some of the people so they can go ahead and start either appealing their penalty or paying their penalty while they try to find resolution with the other people that are involved in the situation. So Jeremy Pruitt is the other person now. He's the guy that hasn't gotten the ruling yet, but the assistant coaches have received their punishment from the NCAA. Now they can appeal it, obviously,
right?
But or they can start serving it. Some of them are no longer coaching, and in fact, none of them are coaching in college football right now, if I understand correctly. A couple high schoolers, a prep school NFL job, and they've all got show causes. But Jeremy Pruitt is still, it still hasn't been ruled on. So there's still some time left on whatever happens to Jeremy Pruitt. So if you're a school looking to hire Jeremy Pruitt, you're probably still going to wait on that. So if it's Alabama or whoever, there's, if you couldn't hire him yet, you're still not going to be hiring based on what happened today.
What do you guys think about this? What do you think? If you got show cause on the other guys, what are you thinking is coming down for Jeremy, and how do we feel about the situation right now?
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of this does have to do with that lawsuit that's pending, Brown.
There's no doubt. I mean, he is suing Tennessee, and he still hasn't gotten his NCAA, punishment. So basically, a show cause is, in just the most basic terms, that if I've got a show cause, Dunaway University wants to hire me, he's got to go to the NCAA and show cause how and why he should be able to hire me. In other words, Dunaway University would have to go to the NCAA and say, all right, I know Ryan has done this in his past, but here are the steps we're going to take to keep him from doing it in the future. And it basically convinced the NCAA that I should be allowed to hire, that you should be allowed to hire me.
That we've got him under control.
That's right.
And we are assuming that if we cannot keep him under control, that you guys can come down and penalize us even harder.
That's basically, the understanding with the NCAA is, you understand now, we're going to let you have him. But if you can't keep him under control, you're paying the price, not him, because we're giving you the opportunity to hire him. So it's not without complete risk. I think it's less risky now than ever because of the way the rules have changed. Again, you can hire Jeremy Pruitt, and he could be doing some of the same things he was alleged to have done in Tennessee, and you're not going to get in any trouble. He just did it at the wrong time. A lot of these guys that are paying penalties right now just did their infractions or alleged infractions at the wrong time.
There actually are less rules to break now.
That's right. I mean, I think you could probably hire a Jeremy Pruitt under a show cause and not really sweat about it.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
wonder if you ask the coaches, though, truthfully, would you rather still skirt the rules, or do you like everything wide open? Because it just seems like you got to work harder now.
Yeah, I think they're probably finding new stuff to skirt, though. And no, you're right. You have to work harder. It's why, there's almost every day I see an article now, or at least a tweet about how many college coaches are taking NFL jobs because of these changing rules, because of, like I saw somebody say yesterday, I think it was our buddy Brandon Marcello, like, you're having to recruit 4 classes at a time. You're having to recruit the most recent recruiting class, the one after that, and the one after that, and your current players. So you're recruiting basically freshmen through senior classes all the time.
Yeah, nonstop. So the Jeremy Pruitt case sort of moves another step, though we're still waiting for more information on Jeremy Pruitt. It's a big story with you Alabama fans, because a lot of you, and I'm one of those guys that thinks Jeremy Pruitt's future in coaching is in Tuscaloosa and would rather it start sooner rather than later. Something to keep an eye on as that progresses through the NCAA legal system, and what Jeremy is doing to get back on the field himself someday. What a wonderful day 1 of 3 at the Flora-Bama. Thanks for being with us today. Thanks to all of our great sponsors and all the crew back there in Birmingham manning the Double Down Media main studio. And we appreciate our friends at Bud Light being with us on the road as always. We'll be drinking a few of those in just a second as we head out on the boat. Until next time, 9 a.m. Central tomorrow is when we're live again. God bless you, and God bless America.